Okay, we're going on the record on case CR 22-21-1624, State of Idaho versus Lori Vallow. This is the jury trial taking place. We're still in the state's case in chief at this point. The state's here present, the prosecution, as well as the defense and the defendant. Is the state ready to proceed and call another witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's go ahead and have our jurors brought in, please, Mr. Bailiff.
All right, please. Jury's off for the count for you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. We'll go ahead and get started. We're on the record on case CR 22-21-1624, State of Idaho versus Lori Vallow. The parties are all present and accounted for, as well as the defendant. The court notes also all jurors are present and accounted for, and I believe have all signed their juror affidavit this morning. Is that correct, Mr. Bailiff?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you again for your continuing jury service. The court and parties very much appreciate your continued adherence to the court's admonishment. And at this point, the state is continuing with its case in chief. I believe another witness to be called this morning. Who's going to be calling that witness?
I will, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Wood, if you'd please announce your next witness, and we can have them sworn.
The state calls Keely Coleman.
All right, before we get started with testimony, let me just inquire briefly of the witness. There is an exclusionary rule in effect, so I need to ask, have you reviewed or in any way viewed or read any of the court trial testimony since this case started? Okay, thank you for your response. For your examination, please talk directly into that microphone so we make sure to pick up your voice on our recording. Please try to avoid speaking at the same time as anyone questioning you and make verbal responses to any questions so we make a clear record. With that in mind, Mr. Wood, you can go ahead and inquire.
Thank you. Can you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
My name is Keely Coleman, and my last name is spelled Coleman.
Okay. What is your current occupation and where are you currently employed?
I'm a senior DNA analyst at Bodie Technology in Lorton, Virginia.
How long have you been employed at Bodie Technology?
Just under 11 years.
What are your responsibilities as a DNA analyst?
I perform and oversee the testing of biological material that's recovered from items of evidence that are submitted from a variety of cases. I compare DNA profiles that are obtained from those items of evidence and then perform statistics to any probative matches. I then will summarize my findings in a formal report.
Can you describe your educational background?
Yes, I attended Duquesne University in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and I have a degree, a Bachelor of Science in Biology with minors in Math and Biochemistry. I also have a Master of Science degree from Duquesne University as well in Forensic Science and Law.
Are there specific course requirements for the position you hold?
Yes, there are course requirements that are set by the FBI Quality Assurance Standards.
What are they?
There's 4 of them. There's biochemistry, genetics, molecular biology, and statistics or population genetics.
And have you had coursework in each of these disciplines?
Yes, I have.
Can you briefly describe any continuing education relevant to the position you now hold?
Yes. So every year I'm required to have 12 hours of continuing education. Typically this means that I attend a multi-day in-person conference or I'm attending hour-long webinars or training sessions virtually.
Can you describe the training process at Bodie Technology that you underwent to become a DNA analyst?
Yes, so Bodie has a vast and comprehensive training program that's particular to the role that you will be performing as an analyst. So I was required to learn all of the laboratory procedures as well as the analysis and interpretation of data. So this typically meant reading the standard operating procedures, shadowing a qualified individual performing those procedures, and then me myself performing them under supervision. I was also required to process mock cases and then testify to those in a moot court setting. In addition, I attended training lectures, completed written assignments, read forensic biology and molecular journal articles, in addition to completing written and verbal assignments. I've been in many different roles as an analyst at Bodie, so I've gone through that type of training 3 different times.
How many samples have you processed using DNA analysis?
Thousands.
Can you describe for the jury what is proficiency testing?
Proficiency testing is where an outside agency will submit a case to us where only they know the answer. So as an analyst, you're required to process this case as if it was a real case to demonstrate that you have mastered the skills needed for DNA testing and are able to obtain the expected result.
Does Bodie participate in proficiency testing?
Yes, it does.
How many times have you participated in proficiency testing?
20.
Did you perform these tests satisfactorily?
Yes, I did.
Are you a member of any professional organizations?
Yes, I'm an associate member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences.
Have you previously testified as an expert in the field of forensic DNA analysis?
Yes, I've testified once as a fact witness and 4 times as an expert witness.
How long has Bodie been established?
Bodie was established in 1995, and they've been performing DNA typing ever since this date.
By whom is Bodhi Technology accredited?
We're accredited by ANAB, and ANAB is an accrediting body that will come in and audit Bodhi to two different sets of standards. One of them is the FBI Quality Assurance Standards, and the other is ISO IEC 17025. ISO IEC 17025. You're welcome. This organization will come in and audit Bodhi to those sets of standards. So they're looking at our standard operating procedures, our training, the educational background of our analysts and the technicians who are performing the testing, as well as our reports. So what they're doing is they're looking at the standards, what Bodhi says we're doing to be compliant with the standards, and making sure that that's what we're actually doing in practice.
So those are the quality assurance measures your lab participates in?
Yes.
Ms. Coleman, can you briefly describe DNA for the jury? What is it?
So DNA is an acronym that stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. This is a biological material that makes each person unique, and it's found in mostly every cell of the body. You get half of your DNA from your mom, and you get half of your DNA from your dad.
Is DNA different between people?
There's around 99% of DNA that's the same amongst individuals. However, there is about 1% that is unique between individuals, and this is the area in forensic DNA testing that we are looking at.
Can you briefly describe the DNA testing process that you use at Bodhi Labs?
Yes, so evidence items are received and they are assigned a unique case number, and this is stored in a secure evidence facility. The items that are received are assessed, and either the entire sample or a portion of the sample is taken forward. There are chemicals and reagents that are then added to those samples that are in a small little test tube. What we're trying to do is isolate the DNA from those samples by taking it through a series of heating and spinning steps. So once we've isolated the DNA, we want to determine how much DNA is present in that sample. Once we've done that, we want to make lots and lots of copies of that DNA. It's essentially a biological photocopy. Once we have those copies, we put them onto an instrument called a genetic analyzer that separates the DNA based on size into readable components. That is then interpreted by a computer software program and analyzed.
Do you use any type of controls during your DNA testing process?
Yes, there's typically two that we use. The first is a positive control, which is a known DNA profile. The second is a negative control, which essentially is all of the chemicals that you're using in those biological procedures, but it just has no DNA added to it.
And how do you know that your controls are working?
So for the positive control, you should be obtaining the known DNA profile. For any samples that are processed alongside of that control, that is indicating that the process also worked on your samples. For the negative control, you should obtain no DNA present, which indicates that all of the reagents that were used in that procedure were clean. So any DNA that's obtained from the samples is from the samples themselves, not the reagents that were used in that process.
Can you briefly describe what are STRs?
STR stands for short tandem repeat, and these are certain sections of the DNA where the sequence is repeated. These are the areas that we're looking at testing. So for me, I could have a sequence that's repeated 5 times. You could have a sequence that's repeated 8 times at a certain STR location.
And what is an allele or allele?
Allele. So an allele is the numerical representation of how many times a short tandem repeat sequence is repeated. So in that example I just gave, we would call that a 5 allele or an 8 allele.
You've used the phrase DNA profile. Can you define that briefly?
Yes, a DNA profile is a list of the STR locations that were tested, along with any alleles that were obtained from those locations for a particular sample.
And what is a partial DNA profile?
A partial DNA profile is when you're not obtaining results at all of the STR locations that were tested. This is not unexpected, especially in scenarios where we have a low quantity of DNA or the sample is very degraded.
Ms. Coleman, did Bodie Technologies receive evidence from their expert police and Idaho State Police forensic labs?
Yes, it did.
Was that related to the case of the state of Idaho versus Lori Vallow?
Yes.
Can you describe the evidence that was received and when?
Yes. Can I refresh my memory with my report?
Would it refresh your memory to be able to review your report?
Yes.
Your Honor, may the witness be handed her report?
Yes, so long as the defense is allowed to inspect it first. All right, Ms. Coleman, before you testify with the notes, I just want to explain that you need to use those just to refresh your recollection. Don't read from the notes if you're answering any questions from Mr. Wood, because you need to testify from your personal memory. So if you'll indicate when you are reviewing notes on the record, that will help us keep that straight.
Okay.
So can you describe the evidence that was received and when?
In May of 2022, I received 3 DNA profiles. These were from Lori Vallow Daybell, Tylee Ryan, and Melanie Gibb. I also received several items of evidence, one of which was processed as Bodie EO1, which was a hair attached to a piece of adhesive.
And do you recall if there was an Idaho State lab number associated with that piece of evidence?
Yes, there was, and I'm going to look at the report.
Okay. Would that refresh your memory?
Yes, it would. And this is 2019-05298.
Is that the agency number?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, my question probably wasn't very clear. That you mentioned a piece of hair that had been stuck to adhesive.
Yes.
Was there an evidence number from the agency, submitting agency, assigned to that specific piece of evidence?
Yes, there was, and I'm going to look at the report to refresh my memory. That was 11-16-8B.
Thank you. How was this evidence processed?
So similar to the process that I described before, a portion of this submitted hair item was taken forward and put into a test tube. It went through a series of washes to get rid of any extraneous DNA that may have been on the hair. We were trying to focus on the hair itself. Then additional reagents and chemicals were added to the sample, and it went through a series of heating and cooling steps to isolate any DNA that may have been present. We determined how much DNA was present in that sample, then made lots and lots of copies, put that on a genetic analyzer, and analyzed the data that was obtained using a computer software program.
What results were obtained from your analysis?
So from the Bodie item EO1, which was the hair sample, a partial female profile was obtained.
And were you able to make any conclusions based on those results?
Yes. Tylee Ryan and Melanie Gibb were excluded as possible contributors of that partial DNA profile. The partial DNA profile matched the DNA profile that was provided for Lori Vallow Daybell.
Okay. Did you perform any statistics for the match?
Yes, I did. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with that partial DNA profile is 1 in 71 billion.
Okay. After your interpretation and conclusions were drawn, was your work subject to review?
Yes. So as an analyst, when you're putting together your case report, you perform a self-review of your report and all of the laboratory bench notes and supporting documentation for the case file. Additionally, the case undergoes a technical and administrative review to ensure that another qualified analyst agrees with your results and conclusions and findings.
Did the individual reviewing your work agree with how you reported the data from this case?
Yes, they did.
Were all of Bodie's protocols and procedures followed during this testing?
Yes, they were.
Did all of your controls work as expected for this sample?
Yes, they did.
Based on your experience and training, do you consider these results to be reliable?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. Who will be conducting cross?
I will, Judge.
All right, Mr. Thomas, you can cross-examine if you'd like.
Morning, Ms. Coleman.
Good morning.
How are you today?
Very well, thank you.
Good. So, looks like you have been educated at Duquesne University,
Yes,
bachelor's and master's degree.
yes.
Okay. And when did you receive your bachelor's degree? What year?
That was 2011.
And what about your master's degree? When did you get that?
2012.
Wow, you got to the master's program in just a year?
So the program that I entered was a 5-year master program. So as an undergraduate, I was taking graduate level coursework.
Okay. So help me understand the 5-year program. So the master's program, if you were to take it after your bachelor's degree, it would have taken 5 years, is that right?
I'm honestly not sure. It depends on the university itself. So the way that the program was set up through Duquesne was that in my 3rd and 4th year, I was already taking those graduate level courses. For different universities, you could obtain a bachelor degree and then go back and obtain a master's degree in 2 years. So it was kind of just smushed into those 5 years.
Oh, I see. Okay. You indicated that you had to do some proficiency testing.
Yes.
Is that for employment at Bodie Lab, or is that for accreditation, or for some club or something else? What was the proficiency testing for?
So the proficiency testing is an accreditation requirement. It's also a requirement by the FBI quality assurance standards, and it's a requirement by Bodie as well.
Okay. So Bodie required you to do the proficiency testing, but also to be accredited with some of these, what would you call them? Accreditation academies or what?
Accreditation standards.
Standards, okay.
Yes.
And Bodie is an FBI-approved lab, and so therefore they have to abide by the accreditation standards for FBI, is that right?
Yes, if we want to be accredited, we have to comply with the standards.
Okay. So these proficiency tests, are any of them blind proficiency tests where you don't know that you're being tested?
No, they're not. We know that we're being tested.
Okay. So they say, hey, look, this is going to be a special case. You need to be prepared for it. This is your test. And so you're given that test, right? You're told about it.
Yes, we're told up front, yes.
Okay. So there's never a point where you're just given a case and you open it up and you go, oh, okay, well, this is kind of unusual, and you go through it, and at the end of it they go, okay, well, that was a test. You're not ever blindsided by that, right?
There are certain agencies that do submit cases to us that are blind. I would not be aware of them because inherently they're blind. But for the proficiency testing that I do, yes, I'm aware of those. But there are instances where certain agencies, as part of their own quality assurance standards, will submit cases to us where we don't know that it is a proficiency test on their end.
But I mean, if you would find out about it if you were proficiency tested and didn't know and failed the test or forgot to do some stuff, right?
Yes, that's correct. We would find out if we did not pass that accordingly.
Okay. And has that happened at Bodie?
That has happened, I think, in a couple of instances, not for me personally.
Okay. All right. You testified that you were a fact witness at one point, and then you were an analyst on 4 other cases. Is that right?
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about being a fact witness. What is that?
So a fact witness is where you perform a certain amount of laboratory procedures that another analyst is not qualified to perform. So in that particular case, I had performed bone sampling and bone extraction. So I was testifying to that I did those procedures, while the analyst on that case testified to the data that they obtained.
Okay. All right. And you as an analyst, you would be testifying as you are today about the specific results in a specific case. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. If I could have just a second, Judge.
Yes.
Judge, we're just figuring out, I have a copy of the report, but mine's highlighted, and we're wondering if that's going to be appropriate to admit as an exhibit, or if we should get a clean copy for the court. Oh, okay, we'll just use one of those. We'll just use a clean copy.
Okay.
I'd like to have this marked as, I believe, Defense Exhibit D. Is that where we're at, D?
Yes.
Okay. Can I have that shown to the witness, please?
Yes.
So is this, can you identify what this is?
This is my case report.
Okay. And this is a report that you just went over with the prosecuting attorney?
Yes.
Okay. And it's your signature is on the second page?
Yes.
Okay. And on the third page is the, for lack of a better word, the meat of the report?
Yes, this is what we would call the allele table.
All right. I move for its submission, Judge.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right. Defense Exhibit D is admitted.
I'd like to publish it to the jury, if that's okay.
Yes, you may.
Is there anything I need to do on my end?
Maybe.
I've never used this before, so I'm kind of...
We're going to try the trick of turning it off and turning it back on and see if that works.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Coleman, as I indicated, this is kind of the meat of your report, correct?
Yes.
All right. And so when you talked on direct examination, there were kind of, it seems as though there was kind of a pre-prepared type of colloquy or conversation you had with the prosecuting attorney about DNA and about how things are processed and those kinds of things. Is that kind of standard for you to have kind of a rote response to specific questions about when you're testifying, where you told Were you told about that by Bodie?
That's something that we typically do ahead of time. We have a standard list of predicate questions to go over our own educational background, Bodie's standards and accreditation, as well as the background of DNA. And then we also prepare questions that are particular to the case that really are asking what are our results, what are our conclusions, and what are our statistics that we did, as well as did we follow all of our standard operating procedures.
All right. And so when you said that part of your statistics say that about 99% of the human DNA is the same, that's a true statement, right?
Yes.
And when you say 99% of our DNA, is that the human genome? Is that what we're referring to?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And how many alleles or how many specific, I don't know what I'm, like THO1 is one, what would you call that?
That would be an STR locus.
Okay, so a locus. Mm-hmm. So and how many locuses are there in the human body, do you know?
I'm not sure off the top of my head. In forensic testing, we're typically testing between 20 to 24 different loci.
Right, but it's in the billions, right?
It could be. I'm not sure of the number off of the top of my head, how many STR locations are in the human body.
Okay, but you've done lots of studying. Obviously, you have a master's degree in this specific area. You've worked for Bodie Lab for a number of years. It looks like 11 years. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. So you know that the human genome is immense.
Yes, it is.
All right. And so would you consider the human genome to be, let's make it akin to like a book, okay? So how many pages in that book would there be if you're looking at 24, if each one of these loci are a page in that book, this book would be huge, right? Mm-hmm. For the human genome?
The book would be huge if every page was, yes, an STR location for the human genome.
Okay. And so you're looking at 24 pages, because on this there are 24 specific loci, right?
There are 22 STR locations that were tested for this sample.
Okay. And then there's the XX and XY, which would be either a male or a female.
Correct, as well as one YSTR location as well.
All right. And what's the YSTR location?
So the YSTR location is DYS391. It's about a quarter up from the bottom, and this is particular to the Y chromosome.
Okay. And so when we're looking at this, you're looking at 22 plus the Y, which would be 23, plus the male or female XY or XX, mm-hmm. which would be 24, right?
Correct. Mm-hmm. And
that's what the FBI requires when you're doing testing for them, right?
So the FBI requires that there are 20, they call them CODIS core loci. So these, if you want a sample to go into the national database for searching, you have to type 20 of these STR locations. Different laboratories may use different kits where one lab could test 20, one lab could test 23, one lab could test 24. It's kind of like if you're baking a cake, one may be a Ghirardelli, one may be Duncan Hines. In the end, you're getting a DNA profile, but some of the ingredients may be a little bit different. So that's how you can kind of think of those STR locations, is you're required to test the 20, but there may be a little bit of difference between the two. So for this case, we were using those 24, like you mentioned.
Okay. And which ones do the FBI not require?
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure.
Okay. Because it was my understanding that the FBI required 24, but you're saying they only require 20.
Yes.
Okay. And you know that for a fact?
Yes.
Okay. But you don't know which 20 there are?
There are 20 of whatever is up there. I'm not sure of the ones that are not.
Okay. So you're not sure which ones of these are not of the FBI?
That's correct.
All right. And you said that since 99% of us are about the same, there's 1% of us that is different.
Yes.
All right. And how large in the human genome is that 1%?
I'm not sure off the top of my head.
Okay. So, as I said, if this were a book and the human genome were the book, and the book would be an entire DNA profile of John Thomas or of Ms. Coleman, this would be more of like the cliff notes of this is what what you have here would be more of the cliff notes, so to speak, right? Would be like a portion of what that large book is like.
Yes, this would be a portion of the DNA profile or the DNA sequence for whoever this individual's human genome. This would be a portion of that.
Okay. So of the large portion, of the large book, you're taking a small portion of that book, right?
Yes, that's what we're looking at, is a small portion.
Okay. And in this particular book, the large book, the small portion, you only have less than half of what that large book or of what that small portion is, correct?
Yes, there's 7 STR locations where we obtained a full profile, and there are 3 locations that were partial.
Okay. And 2 of those partial profiles had exactly the same between Lori Vallow Daybell, Tylee Ryan, and Melanie Gibb. Is that correct? I'm specifically looking at D2S411.
Yes, that's correct. Those 3 are overlapping. Mm-hmm.
And D16S539.
Yes.
Those are exactly the same.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And then you have 3 that have missing alleles, right?
So the 3 that are the missing alleles with the dashes, that's what you had just listed. That's D1S1 656, D2S441, and FGA. What that means is that we obtained 1 allele that was visible, and when you're supposed to have 2 alleles present, right? You're supposed to have 1 from your mom and 1 from your dad. So since this was a profile from 1 individual, we're only observing 1 allele because it either doesn't meet a certain threshold or we're seeing that below a certain threshold, so there could be another allele that's present.
All right. So there's a significant amount of alleles that you don't have in this profile. Is that right?
Yes, and that is what I was discussing with the partial DNA profile. That's not unexpected when we have samples of low quantity DNA to obtain locations where you're either not obtaining a result or you're seeing potential dropout, which is indicated by the dash at those certain loci.
Mm-hmm. But this wouldn't be acceptable to the FBI.
I'm honestly not sure if this would be acceptable for upload into a national database for searching. For Bodie's level of comparison, we are required to have 3 full loci in order to do any comparisons and statistics.
3 loci, that's it?
3 loci, yes.
3 loci out of the 20 that you indicate that the FBI requires. You only need 3.
We need 3, yes, to do the comparison.
And out of the 20 that the FBI is required, that is of millions or billions that are in the actual human genome. Is that right?
Can you reword that question?
So you're only required to have 3 out of the 20 that the FBI is required to.
So the requirement for the FBI, the 20 is for what you have to test. I'm not sure what the requirement is for the searching in the national database. If they have a certain requirement for what they need to meet to search in the database, it could be lower to do the comparison. That will vary from lab to lab what their minimum threshold of data to obtain to perform a comparison is. That could be different than what's required to search in the national database, and also it could be different from the minimum amount of loci that you have to just test for the sample.
Mm-hmm. So if you look at the jury, there are 18 people sitting here. You would only need 3, if each one of those were an allele, you would only need 3 of those to make a comparison. Is that correct?
I would need 3 complete STR loci. So the alleles are the data that's obtained from the STR loci. I would need 3 complete STR locations.
Okay. And is there a specific location that you would need, like is VWA just as qualified to be compared as D18S51?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so they're all the same.
Yes, as long as you have 3 full loci, yes, they're eligible for comparison.
Okay. When you say a full loci, you just mean 2 markers.
2 alleles that are present.
All right. Alleles are a marker, right?
No, a marker is an STR location.
Okay. So the marker would be the TPOX or the VWA. Is that what I'm?
Yes. So on the left-hand side where it says locus, those are the STR locations. And then under each sample are the alleles that are obtained from those locations.
Okay. So when I say marker or loci, those are the same?
Yes.
Okay. So you would need 3 markers.
Correct.
All right. And they would have to have 2 loci each.
They would have to have 2 alleles present at each to do the comparison.
Right. Okay. And so you're missing 13 of the 20 that are needed for the FBI. They have no result whatsoever. Is that right?
Yes. 13 do not have any result.
13 out of the 20?
13 out of the 20. Or the 22 for this case, yes.
20 that the FBI requires.
Yes.
That's a lot.
That is a lot.
All right. So when we're looking at the alleles, let's just take a look at the top one, the D313 or D3S1358. That's a 1616, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that doesn't mean that there are 16 possible spots for that, right? I mean, the 16 is actually a peak height, not an actual number of alleles, right? Or number of positions in the loci, is that right?
So 16 is the numerical representation of how many times the STR sequence is repeated. So for D3, the sequence is seen repeated 16 times for that particular location.
Okay. But there's not necessarily you couldn't come up with like a 1-1 or a 1-2. I mean, is that correct?
There are a certain number of times that a sequence will be repeated. So it could be 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. There's a range of alleles that are typically obtained for a particular location. So here, in reading this, I would say that the STR location at the D3S1358 locus was repeated 16 times.
Right. But I guess what I'm saying is there aren't necessarily 16 different possibilities of different repeats, right?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding what you're asking.
Right. It's really confusing. So my understanding of when you're looking at these repeats, they're not necessarily like D3S1358 is a 16-16, but then if you look over on Melanie Gibbs, it's a 17-17. Mm-hmm. Okay? And so it's not necessarily 17 different choices. There are that's how many repeats there are, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So there are not an infinite number of choices that you're going to be able to have on any of these particular ones, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so when we look at TH01, we have a 6-7, 6-7, 7-9, 6-9, right?
Yes.
All right. And so those aren't necessarily encased in, there's not like a finite number of repeats that there could be, right?
There's not. There is studies that have been done that are for a particular STR location where they say there's 12 different alleles that are typically obtained. These are the frequency that we see them in the population. Sometimes they obtain what's called off-ladder alleles, which are half repeats that are included, but typically there is a range of alleles that is expected to be seen in the population for those particular samples. But yes, you're correct. There's not an infinite number that could be obtained.
Tell me a little bit about imbalanced alleles.
So imbalanced alleles is commonly seen when we have low quantity of DNA. At a single source profile where I said you are obtaining, you have half of your DNA from your mom and half from your dad, that means that at a particular location, we can say from D12, S391, which is the fourth up from the bottom, where you see those brackets around the 17 and the 22, that means that you're seeing those in different ratios. So you're seeing either the 17 or the 22 at a higher rate than the other. So we're just indicating that we observed them, but they're not balanced. The ratio is different.
Mm-hmm. And you didn't find any imbalance in Lori Vallow's DNA at that particular set of alleles, right?
No, I did not.
Okay. So just to wrap it up here, we had 13 markers that had no result, right?
Yes.
We had 3 markers that had missing alleles.
Yes.
And we had 1 marker that was an imbalanced marker.
Yes.
Okay. So that's 13 plus 3 plus 1. That's 17, right?
Yes.
17 out of the 20 that the FBI requires?
That's 17 from this profile that were not obtained. There was 7 full loci and 3 partial loci.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Thomas.
I'm out.
All right, Mr. Wood, you can redirect.
Thank you. Counsel spoke with you about blind testing.
Yes.
And that you know when you're being tested. Mm-hmm. Do you follow the same policies and procedures when you're being tested as when you're not being tested?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Let's talk briefly about the results of your test. Counsel kept repeating that, kept talking about the FBI. Mm-hmm. This was good enough for the FBI. And you spoke about a database. What is that database?
That database is CODIS, which is the Combined DNA Index System.
Okay. And were you testing this profile against a database or against a known profile?
I was testing this against a known profile.
In fact, you tested it against, did you test it against 3 known profiles?
Yes, I did.
Okay. We spoke about partial DNA profiles earlier. Mm-hmm. Is it common to have to rely on a partial DNA profile?
Yes, for evidence items especially, that's commonly seen, especially when it is a low quantity of DNA that's obtained. For most hair samples that I see and observe, most of them are partial profiles.
Okay. And so let's just to get to these results, how did you receive, when you received this hair sample, how did you receive it?
It was received in a small coin envelope that was sealed with evidence tape.
Okay, and
I'm going to object. I think this is beyond the scope of cross-examination.
I'll overrule that. You can continue, Mr. Wood.
What did you do with the sample once you got it?
So the sample was taken off of the adhesive that it was received on, and then a portion was cut and put into a test tube.
Okay, so it was on an adhesive.
Yes.
Okay, and then you put it into a test tube. What did you do next?
The next step is that the sample went through a series of washes. And so those series of washes are to wash away any foreign or touch DNA that may have been present on the hair in order to isolate the DNA that was from the hair sample itself.
Your Honor, again, I'm going to object. I think this is just rehashing his direct examination, which I didn't get into this washing part.
Your Honor, he's gone after the results. I'm totally entitled to get her to her results.
It's not outside the scope of redirect at this point, so the objection's overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You mentioned foreign material. Was there anything that needed to be cleansed off that sample?
It had been indicated that the hair was found on duct tape that was in the presence of decompositional fluid. So in those particular scenarios, that is standard where we will wash any hairs of any foreign material that may have been present.
Okay. And once you took care of that, what did you do next?
The next step was that the sample went through a series of heating and spinning steps with reagents and chemicals that were added to it in order to isolate the DNA that may have been present in that hair sample.
Okay. And is that the process you spoke with us about earlier in order to generate your DNA profile?
Yes, that is the standard extraction protocol where you're going through those series of steps to isolate DNA that may be present.
Okay. Now, again, counsel spoke with you about what's needed for the FBI. And to clarify, what's needed for the FBI is to get into a database, correct?
Yes, so the FBI has the CODIS combined DNA index system. So in order for a profile to be suitable, you have to at least test those 20 different locations. If they are doing comparisons to known profiles, that may be less data that's required in order to do that. There's a difference between what needs to be tested to go into the database, the eligibility of data obtained from the sample to be in the database, as well as a minimum threshold for what you can do for comparisons of data.
Okay. So just to clarify what you just said, it's different. It's a different standard to get a DNA profile into the FBI database than it is to match a profile to a known profile, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And here am I correct that you were matching a profile to a known profile?
Yes, that is what was done here.
Okay. So you didn't need to have that same threshold as getting the profile you were testing into the FBI database?
Correct.
And is this common in the scientific community to do the type of testing you were doing?
Yes.
And is it common to rely on a partial profile?
Yes, it is.
In fact, that happens quite regularly, doesn't it?
Yes, from evidence items, we see partial DNA profiles and perform comparisons to them.
Okay, and so let's get back to these results. You stated you had 7 full and 3 partial loci?
Loci. Mm-hmm.
And from that, you were able to, the loci you located matched Lori Vallow's known profile.
Yes, they did.
Okay. And you were able to run a statistical analysis on how likely your testing profile would have been to have come from someone else.
So the statistical analysis that I did was a probability for the probability of how I would randomly select this DNA profile to be seen in the population.
Okay. And can you remind the jury what that statistic was?
It was 1 in 71 billion.
Do you know what the population of the United States is?
I think it's around...
I object to this. I believe this is misleading.
Well, there's no foundation for that at this point, so I'll sustain it.
Okay. But again, your statistics were 1 in 71 billion.
Yes.
And can you just briefly, so that we're all clear, what exactly does that statistic mean?
So that means that if I were to see this, I would stick my hand into a hat of DNA profiles. I would expect to see this profile 1 in 71 billion times.
Okay. No further questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wood. Any recross?
No follow-up.
Okay. That will conclude your testimony then. Thank you for appearing this morning.
Thank you.
Can this witness be released from any subpoena and excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right. That will conclude your testimony then. The bailiff will help assist you down. Once the witness has exited, the state can call its next witness.
Judge, can we have a brief recess? I was just handed a fairly large PowerPoint exhibit that I need to go over with counsel to make sure that we're not going to object to it.
Okay. It's a little early for the regular morning break, but given that, I think it would be efficient for you to look at that, of having the jurors just sit here, so we'll go ahead and take a mid-morning break at this time.
All right, please.
All right, let's reconvene about 10 till. All right, thank you. Please be seated. Let's have the jurors brought back, please.
All right, please. Please operate the panel for you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, we're back on the record. State can call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state will call Ricky Wright.
All right, before we get started with the examination, let me just inquire as to the witness who's now been sworn. There is an exclusionary rule in place, so have you observed any of the trial testimony in this case by either reading any of it or listening to any of it in any way since this trial started?
No, I have not.
Okay, thanks for your response. When being questioned, please talk directly into your microphone. Please use verbal responses to each question so we get a clear record, and try to avoid speaking at the same time as anyone questioning you. And with that in mind, Ms. Blake, you can inquire on direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Rick Wright, W-R-I-G-H-T.
And what is your current title or position?
I am a contract special investigator for the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
So if I call you Investigator Wright today, would that be inaccurate?
Yes.
Where were you previously, or what was your previous title or position?
So before I came on as a contract special investigator, I was a special agent with the FBI for 24 years.
In order to be a special agent, did you have any training?
Yes.
What was some of your training?
I attended new agents training at the FBI Academy in Virginia in 1997 for 4 months, and then I was assigned to the Denver division of the FBI for 21 years, and I received additional specialized training in the various types of cases that I addressed while I was there.
And what was some of that specialized training?
I investigated drugs and organized crime, fraud, public corruption, and for the last 11 years I was in Denver. I did I did violent crime, specifically violent crimes against children, and I received throughout that 21 years various specialized training and attended conferences to receive additional training on how to address those kinds of cases.
And with the last 11 years, was your focus then mainly on crimes involving children?
Yes, I was the Violent Crimes Against Children coordinator for the FBI in Denver for those last 11 years from 2007 until 2018. And I investigated crimes involving missing, abducted, and trafficked children. As the Violent Crimes Against Children coordinator, I helped coordinate the FBI's response for the territory of the Denver division involving cases of that nature, and that territory was all of Colorado and Wyoming.
And after working in Colorado, did you continue work with the FBI?
Yes. In late 2018, I transferred from the Denver division to the Salt Lake division and was assigned to the Pocatello Resident Agency in Pocatello, Idaho.
And with regard to that resident agency, what areas did you cover?
So that resident agency is, it's just 5 agents at that time. 3 of them handled criminal matters, and the 3 criminal investigators, of which I was one, handled all general criminal cases in eastern Idaho. I think it was about 17 counties.
At some point while working at that Pocatello, I guess, would it be a field office or?
So we called it a resident agency, or an RA for short. Our division headquarters was Salt Lake, which covers, Salt Lake Division covers all of Utah, Idaho, and Montana.
While you were working there, did you become involved in a search for J.J. Vallow and Tylee Ryan?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when you became involved in that investigation?
November 27th of 2019.
Was there a reason that you and or the FBI became involved in this particular investigation?
So I was contacted by Lieutenant Ron Ball from the Rexburg Police Department regarding a missing child in their jurisdiction, and he, and due to his young age, The FBI, under the Federal Kidnapping Act, can respond to kidnappings because of the potential interstate nature of a kidnapping. Because a kidnapping often doesn't manifest itself as a kidnapping in the beginning, particularly when involving a young child. The FBI is supposed to get involved in a missing child case when it involves a child of tender years that's missing under suspicious circumstances. Generally, the FBI defines tender years as under 12. So when we have a child under 12 missing under suspicious circumstances, the FBI should try to assist if they are able. Sometimes that's active investigation. Sometimes that's just providing additional resources to the agency requesting assistance.
Can I have him either move a little bit closer to I'm having trouble catching what he's saying.
Okay, that microphone, if you could just speak directly into it, we'll pick it up better. Thank you.
And you talk about a child of tender years under 12. Initially, when you became involved in the investigation, was it only reported that J.J. Vallow was missing?
Yes, the Rexburg Police Department informed me that they were doing a welfare check regarding Joshua Vallow or J.J. Vallow and had been unable to locate him, and that was the initial information they have and the initial child of concern.
And in this particular case, you became involved actively in the investigation, is that correct?
Yes, the FBI initiated an investigation. I was the case agent or the case manager. There was another agent in the Pocatello resident agency named Travis Homer, who was also a case agent on the investigation.
At some point during the investigation, did you also learn that Tylee Ryan was missing?
Yes, fairly early on, we determined that J.J. Vallow's sibling, Tylee Ryan, could not be located. However, initially that was believed that she was still in Arizona, where the family had previously resided, but no one had been able to locate her.
And you talk about being contacted by Ron Ball with the Rexburg Police Department. Do you know if there were other agencies involved in the investigation?
The investigation of J.J. Vallow was primarily the Rexburg Police Department. However, there are other agencies, including the Fremont County Sheriff's Office and 2 police departments in Arizona that were investigating that had investigations that had a connection to the Rexburg Police Department's investigation.
And do you know what incidents those other agencies were looking into?
Yes.
And what were those?
The Fremont County Sheriff's Office was probing the death of Tammy Daybell that was in their jurisdiction. And the Chandler Police Department was looking into the death of the husband of Lori Vallow, who was residing in Arizona in the Chandler area, or was there, and that's where he died. And then the Gilbert Police Department was looking into a shooting that had happened in their jurisdiction against Brandon Boudreau. Someone had fired a weapon at him.
So would it be fair to say that this turned into a joint investigation?
Yes.
Do you recall at some point in your investigation meeting with an individual named Ian Pulowski?
Yes.
Did you determine who Ian Pulowski is?
He was the husband of Melanie Pulowski, and she had previously been Melanie Boudreau.
Did you, in fact, conduct an interview of Ian Pulowski?
I did. I spoke with him at the Rexburg Police Department. Other investigators were also present with the Rexburg Police Department, but I spoke with him on December 5th of 2019.
After speaking with him, did your concern for the children's safety increase?
Yes, it did.
Did you end up requesting Ian do anything or Mr. Pulowski do anything to assist in the investigation?
The Rexburg Police Department and I requested that he continue to provide additional information if possible to help us in locating the children. And he was also asked if he would consensually record conversations that he was a party to.
Did he in fact agree to do that?
He did.
Did he in fact record some conversations or discussions?
Yes, he did, between that initial interview in about December 23rd of 2019, he recorded some conversations that he had with Melanie Pulowski, as well as Lori Vallow, Alex Cox, and Chad Daybell.
Did he provide copies of those recordings to the investigators?
Yes, the recording device belonged to the Rexburg Police Department. That recording device was retrieved, and they extracted those recordings and maintained those in custody.
And you had previously stated you were the case agent for the FBI investigation. Can you discuss a little bit about what the role of a case agent is?
It's to conduct the investigation, but also at times to marshal additional resources to assist with that investigation. Sometimes the investigation can be conducted by one agent. Sometimes it requires additional resources within the office, and sometimes, of course, the FBI is a national organization and has quite a bit of resources, and so sometimes that involves requesting specialized resources from elsewhere in the FBI.
In this case, did you request some additional assistance?
Yes, I did.
And specifically, did you request some assistance in looking at location data associated with Alex Cox?
Yes, the FBI has some specially trained agents that investigate, that can analyze records from cellular records and other geolocation records, and that's called the Cellular Analysis Survey Team. It was a fairly small team at that time, maybe 25 or 30 agents around the country that had that specialized training, and we requested assistance from them.
Did they in fact provide that assistance?
Yes, they did.
Do you know if there was a specific agent that was involved in assisting in this case?
Yes, there was.
And who was that?
His name was Nick Balance. He was an agent assigned to the Phoenix, Arizona division of the FBI.
And as he would go through the data recovery or the location recovery, was he sharing that information with you?
Yes, he was.
Did he also provide information to you and assist you further with your investigation into the location, specifically regarding Alex Cox's device?
Yes, he did. When the records would come in for various phones that we had requested from the carriers, or for sometimes Google or other location information, that would go to him for analysis, and he was feeding that information to us to give us potential avenues of investigation. At some point, he provided some additional information regarding that to me that I also looked at myself. And
when you looked at that information, do you recall what dates you looked at, or if there were specific dates you focused on, a time period?
I did. So he had given us multiple dates, particularly around the month of September, which became of interest to us as we were specifically trying to narrow down when the children had last been seen and what had happened to them. And he had given us much of that data as it was coming in, but at some point I requested that he provide everything from September 1st of 2019 for the whole month of September to me. So he was able to give me that until almost basically the end of September 30th that evening. And he provided that entire record to me so that I could go through it. At a later date, he also provided the entire month of October to me as well.
Investigator Wright, in preparation for your testimony today, did you assist in preparing a summary exhibit?
Yes, I did.
And is that a PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Do you believe if you were shown what's purported to be the slides contained in that PowerPoint presentation that you would recognize those?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that, and defense has a copy of this. It's been marked as State's Exhibit 299. I'd ask that the witness be shown this, and I will grab the courtesy copy for the court. However, this is a actual PowerPoint contained on a jump drive, so these are just printed out slides.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Blake.
And Investigator Wright, if I can just have you flip through those. And do those appear to be an accurate representation of the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, they do.
And would those assist, or would the PowerPoint assist today in your testimony?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of State's Exhibit 299.
Any objection?
May I have blood hearing aid?
Yes.
So I just got so used to calling you Special Agent Wright. You're now a contract special investigator. What should I call you, Mr. Wright, or?
Yeah, Mr. Wright is fine.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. So, Mr. Wright, you made this PowerPoint, and it looks like I got it early in the morning. When did you finish up this PowerPoint?
I worked with prosecutors to put that together last night.
Last night you were working with them to put this together?
Yes.
Okay. And did they give you some idea about how the case has been going so far?
No.
Okay. They didn't tell you the things that they needed to get out of this PowerPoint because of maybe some holes in their case that they had before?
They helped. This was put together to help me put together the information that I had to testify to in my knowledge.
Okay. But you didn't speak with them about other agents that may have testified?
No.
Because you specifically brought up Mr. Balance, or sorry, Special Agent Balance, that his testimony didn't come up in your discussions last night?
No, the contents of his testimony did not come up.
Okay. And no other context of things that other people may have testified previously came up last night?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm satisfied. I'm not going to object to the PowerPoint.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thomas. So State's Exhibit 299, which is a PowerPoint presentation, jump drive, will be admitted.
Your Honor, I would request permission to publish.
You can publish.
I will submit the jump drive to the court after the publication, if that works for the court. And on this first slide here, we're seeing a phone number and a Gmail account. Are those the ones that were associated with the location data that you looked at, the device that you were reviewing?
Yes.
Back up here. And you indicated that you started your review or focused on the month of September 1st, prior to looking at the October. Were you able to determine what date it appeared Alex's device first appeared in Idaho?
The first time it appeared here, in which it appeared he started residing here, was September 1st in the evening.
And were you able to determine at some point through the investigation where his phone appeared to be residing or mainly at during the 1st of September?
So it arrived here in the evening. It had moved from St. George, Utah that morning of the 1st. It arrived in Rexburg, Idaho the evening of the 1st. And the device began to seem like it spent its evenings or its nights at 565 Pioneer Road, number 175 in Rexburg.
At some point, did the device appear to start spending the night somewhere else?
Yes. Beginning September 5th, it began to go to another unit within the complex. and that was Unit 107.
But between September 1st and up until September 5th, it appeared to stay the night at the 175.
Yes, it appeared to only be associated with 175.
During your investigation, did you end up focusing in on certain dates in September?
Yes.
And the first date we see here is Sunday, September 8th of 2019. Was there a reason that that was a date that you focused in on?
During the course of the investigation, we had obtained some information that a photograph of Lori Vallow, of Tylee Ryan on that date at Yellowstone National Park. And we were trying to narrow down the place and date and time the children were last seen. And up until that point, we had not been able to find information of what had happened to Tylee Ryan after that photograph was taken.
So in looking at what we're seeing here, can you take us through what's on this slide?
So I had gone through these data points, really data point to data point. Sometimes there's one or more a minute. Sometimes there's one every few minutes. Sometimes it can be hours between data points in some cases. And my intention here was to go through these data points as it traveled up to Yellowstone, because the device went to Yellowstone that day as well, and try to determine what possible investigative steps could be taken along that route, or particularly after that photograph was taken, that might lead us to more information about where Tylee had gone.
And with these slides, could there be some data points that are not included?
Yes.
And I guess for the benefit of the jury, when we talk about data points, do you know where that information is retrieved, or are there different types of data points?
Yes, there are. So Nick Balance had warrants had been served on the carrier for the phone, the cellular carrier, as well as Google for the Google account, which was associated with that same phone. Google provided different data than the cellular carrier, but Nick Balance had taken the data and put it into a Google Earth file for analysis. These different data points that both entities can provide. They consist of three types of data points. GPS, which was generally the most precise, sometimes down to a few meters in radius. Wi-Fi data points, which were generally less precise, usually 15 meters to sometimes a few hundred, even more than 100 meters in precision in the radius. And then cellular tower data, or the cell tower that had been used, and those can be hundreds of meters to even a few thousand meters or more, depending on the density of the towers. So this information was all compiled together, and so each data point really had to be looked at individually by looking at the underlying data to see how much confidence could be placed in a particular data point.
And if it had a smaller radius, would that generally mean that it was more precise?
Yes.
And so were those oftentimes focused in on more?
Yes. The ones with those, the lower radius, the GPS and Wi-Fi were generally more important.
And if we look at this next slide, and I think there should be a laser pointer up there as well if that ends up being useful, but can you talk about what we're seeing on this slide?
So from that previous slide, the device actually had left the Rexburg area. It was last at a Maverick at 11:52 in Rexburg. That was the last time it stopped in Rexburg, and it had been there prior to that 11:52, but 11:52 is about when it appears to leave. And then we begin to see this data trail, these breadcrumbs, that as it moves to the west entrance of Yellowstone National Park, it's there about 13:29, and then it continues driving continuously until it gets around the Old Faithful Lodge area where Old Faithful Geyser is. some of these data points are less precise, and that's roughly about 1450. We're not exactly sure at Old Faithful where it's at. But then we do get some more specific data points, 1504 around the Old Faithful Lodge cafeteria, and then after that around the Old Faithful Geyser Rim, and then later in the parking lot at Old Faithful until about 1627. Then the device ends up traveling from that point further into the park down near Lewis Lake, and then it reverses track out the way it came to the west entrance, which it arrives at 1840. And makes one more stop in West Yellowstone, the town itself, in a commercial area near this Buckaroo Bill's Barbecue Grill. It seems to be right around that point.
And then based on that information, what would we be seeing in this slide?
So these are some of those data points I was talking about from specifically at Old Faithful Geyser. So up in this corner here, the upper left corner is actually the Old Faithful Geyser. This building here is the Old Faithful Lodge cafeteria, and this is the boardwalk around the geyser where people watch the geyser as it goes off. Around between 1504 and 1522, we saw these data points around, and they had a low enough margin, a low enough radius that helped me have confidence that it was around the cafeteria. And then starting about 1542, we see this large cluster of data points, and most of these are GPS data points. And it clusters around this particular spot. After 1604, the next data point picks up around 1652 in the park, 1615 in the parking lot, and by 1627, it appears to be pulling out of the parking lot and traveling eastbound.
And through the investigation, did you focus in on the boardwalk area?
So there were some photographs on a iCloud account associated or attributed to Lori Vallow, and that was the Lori for Style iCloud account. Within that account, some photographs had been retrieved during the course of the investigation, and the photographs of both J.J. Tylee and Alex Cox appears to be taken on the boardwalk at Yellowstone at Old Faithful Geyser. The timestamp on this particular photo from that is at 1549 on the 8th, which according to the device for Alex Cox that I was looking at, that device had that cluster of data points between 1542 and 1604 at the at Old Faithful Geyser Rim.
And previously you talked about a last known photo of Tylee. Is this one of the photos you're talking about?
Yes.
And looking at the next slide, and I'll just make a note, we have times on here, these are in military time, is that correct?
Yes.
So with the higher numbers, that starts putting us afternoon?
Yes.
So
after
1 o'clock
12.
would be 13
Yes.
and so on.
Correct.
And what are we seeing in this particular slide?
So this is an overhead map view of Yellowstone National Park. Up in this upper left corner is the Old Faithful Geyser area, the lodge area. And this is US 287. It may have, the highway may actually have other names in different sections, but it continues on. It's a paved highway that ends up going past Yellowstone Lake, which is here, and this is Lewis Lake here. The device begins to travel east, and it continues until it turns south. It continues on this road until 1712 on the 8th, and then it appears to turn back and reverse course and go back out. Near this turnaround spot, fortunately there's quite a bit of, the data points are very precise and frequent. Even in this case, you can see multiple at 1712. That it appears from my review that the vehicle couldn't have stopped for any duration, really much of any duration there, and had immediately probably just done a U-turn in the middle of the highway or something similar and had reversed course and was heading back. And so the goal of my review here was to try to identify potential areas for follow-up investigation, and based on this, it did not appear that the vehicle stopped for any duration within the park other than at the lodge, and the only other time it stopped for any duration was at West Yellowstone near that commercial business area after it left the park. And although there are gaps in the data, like here's an example of gaps and gaps, the drive time between the gaps was consistent with the break in the gaps. So the vehicle appeared to be traveling at least as fast as a normally driving vehicle should be moving through the park. Round trip from here to this point and then back out to the west entrance is about a 2-hour, 50-minute drive. And according to the data points, it traveled that in 2 hours and 13 minutes. So under what would probably be expected. But of course, there's a lot of variables in traveling through the park with traffic and other things. But it didn't seem like there was any pause of any duration, any deviation from the main road, and particularly no stop in an unpopulated or non-busy area that I could observe.
And for the benefit of the jurors, 1712 would be about 5:12 p.m.
5:12 p.m.
And then did you continue to look at some additional data points for September 8th?
Yes. So after it leaves the west entrance to the park, it does make a stop in West Yellowstone itself. This is a commercial area. The closest business appeared to be this Buckaroo Bill's Barbecue Grill. I can't say if that's where it went, but it was there near that for about 17 minutes. And then the device starts moving again at driving speed. And again, along the route back, it didn't appear that there was enough data to support any kind of deviation or pause in the travel of any significant duration. The vehicle arrives back at 565 Pioneer Road, number 175, the residence for Lori Vallow at 20:37 or 8:37 p.m.
And based on what you reviewed with this data, did you come to a conclusion with regard to Tylee Ryan?
Yes. So the initial information about us conducting additional investigation at Yellowstone, I couldn't identify much of any points to investigate there other than potentially along the route traveled, and that based on the photograph and her last known proof of life, that she had, I had confidence that she had returned to this address at 8:37 p.m. And now that was our new point in our timeline that we needed to scrutinize our last known location for her.
And then we see the information continuing on this slide to Monday, September 9th of 2019. And there's some data points listed there. Can you indicate what the significance of those is?
So after it returns to 175 from Yellowstone, the device travels to a Maverick, which is a little less than a mile north of the residence, and it's there for about 10 minutes between 2143 and 2153. And then, although there are data points sometimes between these gaps, like between 2153 and 2244, there could be some data points, but sometimes there's a break. But the next location that it appears that the device is with confidence is at 2244 to 2315 back at Lori Vallow's in Unit 175. And then at 2344, the device is at 107, or is mostly closely associated with 107. Throughout the night, there's a lot of data points, actually, but many of them are cell tower data points. Hundreds or thousands of meters is the confidence radius. And so I focused on the data points that gave us more confidence regarding where the device was, and there were a few. At 242, 0242, and again at 0242, and then one more time at 0337, the device has three GPS data points with a 4-meter radius associated with Unit 175, or most closely associated with 175. Again, later that same morning, there are some more data points now more closely associated with 107, one at 437, one at 439, one at 441, another at 514, another one at 647, and then one at 849. These 6 data points are a combination of Wi-Fi and GPS, but their radius is between 8 and 37 meters.
And just to be clear, those data points on Monday, September 9th are in the early morning hours?
Yes. So, yes, those are early morning at 2:42 a.m. is that first one, and then it continues on, and the last one's 8:49 a.m.
And also, to be clear, the device you're looking at is a device associated with Alex Cox?
Yes.
And also, do you know, and I think we've already said it, but do you know who primarily resided in apartment 175?
Lori Vallow and the 2 children at that time.
And do you know who primarily resided in number 107?
Alex Cox at that time.
Was there anything else that caught your attention with regard to those early morning times that the device was at number 175?
I continued this review throughout the entire month of September and was able to observe the activities, the general pattern of activity at night for that device. And a common pattern would be to be in Unit 175, Lori's apartment, in the evening between about 8 and maybe 11:30 or even close to midnight, and then it seemed to depart. It would go over to 107 and stay there throughout the night and would not leave again until the morning or even sometimes noon the following day. So during the periods I reviewed in September, between midnight and 6 a.m., that device was in 107 and this is for the period when it first started appearing at 107, which was the night of September 5th, until really all the way up until the end of September, except for there was an exception on September 30th. It was somewhere else on September 30th. So the general pattern was at night, it was in 107 between midnight and 6 a.m. And this was the only time that I observed it go to 175 between the hours of midnight and 6 a.m., those 3 data points.
And on this next slide, can you tell us what we're seeing?
So this is really just a snapshot from the Google Earth file provided me from Nick Balance again, with the data points as plotted. And these were the data points that I referenced. So this is an overhead of the Rock Creek Townhomes complex. Unit 175, this photo is dated, obviously, I think the photo is from 2015. So as of 2019, in September, 175, or Lori Vallow's apartment, was up in this upper left corner. 107 was here in this group of apartments near this end. The distance between these 2 apartments is about 80 meters. And So the 3 data points that I talked about that appear in the early morning hours at 175, at 2:42, and again at 2:42 and 3:37, all with 4 meter, they're all GPS data points with 4 meter radius. They're really stacked on top of each other right there. They're right, yeah, they're right there. So then later that morning we get some additional data points at 4:37, 4:39, 4:41, 5:14, 6:47, and 8:49. 4:37.
Hold on. Sorry. Go back and repeat them, please.
4:37, 4:39, 4:41, 5:14, 6:47, and 8:49. So those data points are grouped here, and the radius varies on these data points, but the range of them is 8 to 37 meter radius data points. Now again, there were other data points received between these throughout the night, but because the radius was of such a high number, I couldn't say with confidence that they were in what unit they were at. I couldn't say that they're in the general area of the complex for the most part, so it didn't appear that it had left that area from what I observed.
And because of the meter radius on these being less than the distance between the 2 apartments, is that why you'd focused in on these particular data points?
Yes.
Did you then look at where the device was on Monday, September 9th of 2019?
Yes.
And what did you determine, or what did you learn?
The device departs Unit 107 at 565 Pioneer Road at approximately 9 a.m. And then we receive data points as it travels north in the Rexburg area to an address at 202 North, 1900 East in Rexburg, which is located 7 or 8 miles north of the 565 Pioneer Road address. It arrives there about approximately 9:15. I think we get a data point just maybe 100 yards or so south of the address. So it is just pulling in right about that time. That address was the residence at that time of Chad Daybell.
And again, the times that we're seeing would be in the morning hours, so later that same morning?
Yes, this is the same morning as those other data points. These are at 9 and 9:15 in the morning.
Were you able to determine approximately how long the phone remained the device remained in the area of the Daybell residence?
So between the time of 9:15 and approximately 9:45, there are numerous data points for the device in the area of the Daybell residence. Many of them are lower, they're a high radius, meaning a lower confidence in those data points. So I focused on the ones with a low meter radius. And there were really four, one at 9:21, another one at 9:22, one at 10:39, and one at 10:57. There are other, like I said, other data points coming in between these, and don't seem to show that it necessarily is not at that address, but I can't say it is in the intermittent times between these or after these. But by 11:45, the device is traveling southbound and returns to the Rexburg area, where at 11:52 it stops at a Del Taco for about 10 minutes. So the first data point at 9:21 is actually a data point that is behind the Daybell residence. It's a GPS data point with a 6-meter radius. At 9:22, there's another data point, and this is actually on the northwest corner of the property. It's also a GPS data point with a 3-meter radius.
And if we go to the next slide, do we start to see those data points?
Yes, so these are those 4 data points that I mentioned. So the first one at 921, first, this is an overhead of the Daybell residence from the same mapping software I was using. And this here would be the Daybell residence. This is Salem Road, or also 1900 East. And this is 200 North here. And so this is the address at 202 North, 1900 East. So this is the main residence to the property. There's a barn-like structure here, a garage, an unattached garage, and some other small outbuildings, a shed. And, so the first data point appears there at 921. And again, that's a GPS data hit, a GPS coordinate with a 6-meter radius being the margin of error. At 922, approximately 1 minute later, there's a data point here by this. There's a gate into the property, and there is it appears through this gate you could drive onto the property. In fact, so there's a data point there at 922. We don't receive any quality data points again until 9:39, when we get a GPS data point with a 43-meter radius, and that's right in here. And then at 10:57, we get another one with a 5-meter radius here. And then by 11:45, we see we actually do get a data point just slightly north of the residence on the road, like 11:42. It would be off the map, but just like 11:42, as if he drove like a block north and then he goes south. And so by 11:45, he's traveling south from the residence back into Rexburg and then to the Del Taco.
And in looking at this, it appears that most of the data points are in the same general location, but we have one that, me looking at the screen, is in the upper left corner. Did you learn any significance with relation to that data point?
I'm sorry, which data point?
I believe it's the one at 922, the one up in the northwest corner.
Only that there was a gate there that would allow a vehicle to get onto the back property.
At some point in your investigation, did the cluster of data points that are closer together gain more significance?
Yes, it did.
And what did you learn?
So we had obtained numerous devices in this investigation, several devices that were analyzed by the regional computer forensics laboratory. Had done most of them down in Salt Lake City. Some of these devices had been obtained in warrants from some of the addresses that had been executed and had been obtained in various ways. There was a particular device that had been obtained from a search warrant executed at the Daybell residence on January 3rd of 2020. There were several devices found, so this particular device, its relevance in the investigation was unknown. But these devices, after analysis by the forensics laboratory, they're put into a system for reviewing them. And it was that one particular device was being reviewed by Ben Dean, an analyst with the FBI in Boise. And he contacted me on June 1st of 2020 and notified me that he believed the device, based on information he was observing, belonged to Tammy Daybell at one point. And he had found a text within that dated Monday, September 9th, 2019 at 11:53 a.m. And it was a text from Chad that Tammy had received. And the text indicated that Chad had been burning limb debris on a fire on the fire pit on the property, and that he had also killed a raccoon and had dug a hole and buried it.
And after learning of that additional text, there's a couple references in there, and one specifically to the fire pit.
Yes.
Did that bring on new meaning to this location, to these data points?
Yes. Up until then, we had certainly observed these data points, but really didn't understand what, if any, significance to place to them at that point. Why a device for Alex Cox would be on the property back in that area, or at this point in the investigation. However, coupled with that text indicating that Chad, in his own words, was saying he was on the property burning something and burying something the morning of the 9th. At the same time, Alex's device was also present on the property. That this certainly set off a flag for us.
And do you know if those data points are in fact by some kind of a fire pit?
Yes, I don't have that marked on here, but I have been present on the property. I know that fire pit is roughly in this area.
And at some point, did this lead to obtaining an additional search warrant?
So when I was notified by Ben Dean regarding this text message, I contacted the Rexburg Police Department, spoke with Ron Ball and Detective Ray Hermosillo. We determined that based on this new information, a warrant should be sought for the property.
And was a warrant ultimately obtained?
Yes, the Rexburg Police Department sought a warrant and obtained that.
Were you present when that warrant was executed?
Yes.
Are you aware of what was found near those data points?
Human remains were found in this area, buried.
Do you know who those human remains were later determined to be?
Tylee Ryan.
And I think you had indicated that the device left the area headed towards Rexburg?
Yes.
And then the next stop after this was at a Del Taco?
Yes.
Did you focus on some other dates in September?
Yes. We had also been trying to narrow down the time period when JJ had last been seen. He had been in school, so that helped us determine that certainly after September 8th, he was back in school, so we knew that. And but beginning around September 22nd and into 23rd, his whereabouts were becoming more unknown to us. We couldn't find information to confirm where he was. And so on the evening of September 22nd, I scrutinized this particular period of time, and there was some traffic with the device. It is at Lori Vallow's apartment at 175 between 1626 and 1708. And I should say all of these are GPS and Wi-Fi data points that helped me determine summarize where it was, and the radius on them varied between 14 and 17 meters. And so that first data point it was at Lori's at the first range, and then it appeared at 107 between 1709 and 1711. And then between 1712 and 1845, it's back at Lori's. And then between 846 and 2003, it's back at Alex's at 107. And then between 2004 and 2009, it's at Lori's. And then at 2011, it is back at 107. Now this shows the ending time being 2356 at September 22nd. That is actually just the last data point on the day of September 22nd. The next data point appears at 0011, so at 11 minutes after midnight. So there's a 15-minute gap between those, and that was fairly common. Sometimes, again, they could be a minute or two apart, or sometimes longer in this case. So the next data point we get at 11 minutes after midnight, but it's still at 107. And it doesn't appear, we get no other information that it moves from 107 until 9:41 in the morning. So the span of time really, that based on the data I observed, appears to be in 107 from 2011 on the night of the 22nd until 9:41 on the morning of the 23rd.
And then did you continue to look at location data further into the day on the 23rd?
Yes, so beginning at 9:41, the device departs Unit 107. It travels from 107 and north toward in Rexburg North we get to 202 North, 1900 East in Rexburg, so the Daybell residence. It arrives there approximately at 9:55. We get 6 data points between 9:55 and 10:12 around the Daybell residence, on or around the Daybell residence, and these are a span of roughly 17 minutes. By 10:12, it appears to be departing the residence and traveling southbound back into Rexburg, and it goes to Lori Vallow's apartment and gets there at 10:22 and stays till 11:14. These data points vary in precision. Again, the first one at 9:55 is a Wi-Fi 50-meter radius that seems to show that the device near the front of the property, near the garage. And then at 9:56, there's a GPS data point back by a pond that's on the property. And I call it a pond, but it's some kind of pit with, I think it sometimes has water and sometimes does not. And then at 10:02, there's also another GPS data point near that pond, and this is a 3-meter radius data point. And at 10:05, there's one now near the front door of the house, and this is Wi-Fi with a 68-meter radius, and then one at 10:07 near the front of the house, a 92-meter radius. And then the final one is at 10:12, and it's actually on the southwest corner of the property, really right in the middle of the intersection of Salem Road, which is 1900 East and 200 North. And that's a Wi-Fi 28-meter radius. And then after 10:12, and I don't have this on here, there's subsequent data points that as the device travels down to 565 Pioneer Road and gets there at 10:22.
And so to be clear, the device leaves from Alex Cox's residence up to Chad Daybell's residence?
Yes.
Is that correct? And then the device returns to Lori Vallow's apartment?
Yes.
And on this next slide, can you tell us what this is?
So this is a still image taken from that Google Earth of the Daybell property with those 6 data points on it, and shows their location. So again, this is the residence. The first one at 9:55, which is the Wi-Fi 50-meter radius, is this one near the garage. Now there's a garage here on the property and driveway. At 9:56, the device is here according to the data point, which it's GPS with a 4-meter radius. And then the next one is at 10:02, and that one that's there by the pond with a 3-meter radius. And then by 10:05, it's here, and that's a Wi-Fi 68-meter radius, so not as precise. And then at 10:07, it's right next to it, but that's a 92-meter radius, and also Wi-Fi. And then the final one is this one at 10:12, and it's right in the intersection Wi-Fi 28-meter radius. And again, after that, the device, there are additional data points that show that it's traveling south back into Rexburg.
And did those data points by the pond at some point gain more significance in the investigation?
Yes.
And how so?
When the warrant was executed on June 9th, 2020 at the Daybell residence, law enforcement was able to find human remains again in this area, which was later determined to be Tylee Ryan, and they also found human remains really next to or underneath this tree, and those human remains were determined to be J.J. Vallow.
And again, the device leaves this area and returns to Lori Vallow's apartment.
Yes.
Were you able to determine through the month of September how often you located data points placing that device at or near the Daybell residence?
So in the month of September, I observed it on 4 occasions that the device was at or near the Daybell residence. The first time was on September 6th, and that was for an 11-minute period from 12:42 to 12:53. The device was there. Those particular data points there's not many in that short period of time, but the few data points are clustered in the front yard or near the front door of the house. There weren't any back on the back of the property or anything like that. And then again on September 9th, as previously discussed, that's where we first saw some back on the property. And then again on September 23rd, we had those data points, including the ones back by the tree. And then there's another visit by the device on September 25th. And this is a 17-minute visit to the property, and those data points are similar to the one on September 6th. They're really just clustered near the front of the property or front door. You can't really say if it's even in the house or not.
Did you also look at some data points associated with a window tinting shop?
I did. So in the course of this review, we were trying to identify movements of the device and potential follow-up investigation and places that it went. And among the places that it went, on three occasions, all the short visits were on Monday, September 23rd at 13:53 to 13:58. The device appears to be at a Dan's Window Tinting, 2551 West, 6800 South in Rexburg. It returns to that same location on Wednesday, September 25th, but just for really a minute or two at 1902 to 1903. 902 and 903, excuse me. And then it comes back later that same day, 11:57 to 11:59. And those are the only 3 times I observed that in September or October.
And you had previously indicated that you were aware of an investigation into an attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux.
Yes.
And on this slide, do you recognize that Jeep?
Yes, that's the Jeep that belonged to Tylee Ryan.
Are you aware of any description of a vehicle involved in the Brandon Boudreaux attempted shooting?
I'm aware that a Jeep with tinted windows was used.
And then we see another image there, and there's some print by those. Could you tell us what that image is of?
So the Jeep was searched by the Rexburg Police Department on December 19th of 2019, and the FBI's evidence response team assisted with processing the vehicle. And so I was not present for this search, but at a later time I went through the photographs taken of the inside of the Jeep, and among the photographs were some photographs of some receipts. And when I looked more closely at these receipts, I obtained this information from them. One of the receipts is dated October 1st of 2019, and the time on it is 13:12, and it's from a restaurant in Mesa, Arizona called Los Favoritos, and it's a cash transaction for food and a beverage in the amount of $8.86.
And are you aware of when the attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux took place?
On the morning of October 2nd.
And do you know where that took place?
In Gilbert, Arizona, at the residence where Brandon Boudreaux was residing at the time.
And then there was a second receipt there and some print off to the side. Could you go over what that is?
So the second receipt is dated October 18th, 2019 at 9:05 p.m. And it is a Chick-fil-A receipt from Ammon, Idaho, again for food and beverage, and it's a cash transaction in the amount of $8.15.
And I think just to clarify the time on that receipt. I may have heard you wrong. I thought you said 9:05.
Oh, I'm sorry, 8:05 p.m. Though from the image itself, I can't read it right now what it says, but I recall it was at 8:05 p.m.
And I may have misheard you, so I just wanted to clarify that. Was there any significance of the October 18th date to you?
Yes, Tammy Daybell had passed away on the night of October 18th into 19th.
As part of your investigation, did you also look into determining when some devices were purchased?
So there were some additional devices that we were trying to identify where they'd come from and obtain records for them, yes.
And did you, in fact, go to Walmart to obtain or attempt to obtain those records?
Yes, I did. So when the warrant was executed on the Homer J. Maximus Google account, there was another phone number, at least one other phone number that was associated with the Google account, and it was a number unfamiliar to us. We obtained a warrant for information on that. It was a track phone purchased from a Walmart in Idaho Falls at 500 South Utah Avenue. I went to the Walmart and obtained the receipt for the transaction for the purchase of that. It was purchased on September 25th, 2019 at 19:10 and 51 seconds. And it was a cash purchase. In the course of reviewing the device that I've referred to for Alex Cox and his Google account, I showed that his device was in the vicinity of that Walmart between 1903 and 1918 on September 25th, 2019. So around the same time that this other phone was purchased. There was another device. When the Rexburg Police Department went to try to do a welfare check on JJ on November 26th of 2019, they came back the following day on the 27th and executed a warrant at that address and 107. And the next door address, I believe, was 174. But they found 107 largely empty, but many of the belongings that belonged to Alex Cox were now in 175. So during the execution of the warrant, they took certain items of evidence, but those items remained there in the residence, and Alex Cox never returned to get them. And he passed away in December. And in January of 2020, the property management company began to dispose of that property. I think some was thrown away, but some was retained in storage by the property management company and the maintenance manager. And investigators, including myself and investigators with the Rexburg Police Department, went and looked at these items. I went on multiple occasions to look at these items, photograph them, and certain items were taken as potential of investigative interest. But when the property management company inventoried items they removed, they found 2 cell phones. And one of those cell phones, they turned over those phones to the Rexburg Police Department. One of those phones was found to be a track phone purchased from a Walmart, and it was purchased from the Walmart in Rexburg, Idaho at 1451 North 2nd East. And I went to get an investigation regarding that device and found it was purchased on October 8th, 2019 at 15:25 and 3 seconds. And it was a cash transaction, and when in the course of reviewing Alexis Cox's primary device and his Google account number, he was at that Walmart his device was at that Walmart between 15:01 and 15:37 on October 8th, 2019.
And when you went to retrieve the information regarding these phones, did Walmart in fact give you copies of the receipts?
Yes, they did.
And if you were shown what's purported to be copies of those, do you believe you'd be able to recognize them?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that, and I do not know if we have copies for defense counsel. Oh, it sounds like they already have them. So they are marked as states 227A and 227B. If I could have those shown to counsel and then the witness.
Yes, you may.
And do those appear to be accurate copies of the receipts that you received from Walmart?
Yes, they do.
And those are the receipts that we've been referencing just now?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of state's exhibits.
227A and B.
Yes, 227A and B.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, may I have voir dire?
You may.
Please take a look at 227A. And you've been an investigator with the FBI for 20-something years, is that right?
Yes.
And how many receipts have you gotten from Walmart over those years? A bunch, I'm probably sure.
Yes. Fair number.
So what specific to 227A is it that you know that this is the receipt that you got from them?
From my report, I reflected that in my report when I went there, that this is the receipt I obtained from them, and I recognize the receipt.
Okay. You didn't put your initials on it or somehow differentiate it from anything else that you might have done?
Well, it was attached to the report that I created from that incident.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to speak over you. When you wrote your report, which parts of this receipt did you reference?
The date and time that it was received, and I think that's what's in my report.
Did you reference the ST number? I'm assuming that's the store number.
I referenced the location it came from.
Okay, so you didn't reference the store number.
I can't recall
Okay.
what's in my report.
You didn't reference the OP number.
I'm not sure if I did. No.
Okay. You didn't reference the TE number.
I would have to look at my report to see exactly.
You want
what
to do that?
referenced. Sure.
Should we do that? Let's do that.
Okay.
Okay. Can somebody get him his report? That's fine. No?
All right, for the record, Ms. Blake, would you indicate what the witness is being handed there?
Your Honor, the witness is being handed a laptop that has the report that is being referenced pulled up on it.
Very well. Yes, sir.
Okay.
You want to take the laptop? Has that refreshed your recollection?
Yes, that helps.
All right. So what information did you put in your report that specifically references this specific receipt 227A?
So I just referenced the store number it came from and then the phone number associated with the device. So the phone number would have been associated with the underlying data related to that purchase, which we had obtained from track phone. So I'd have to look at the track phone record to make that connection between the phone number and these particular serial numbers for the device.
And when did you get the receipt?
On April 10th of 2020.
Okay. And when did you get the track phone numbers?
They were provided. I'm not sure exactly when we got those.
Judge, I'm going to object to these. I don't think he has specific knowledge to say that these are the specific report or specific receipts that he's indicating that they are.
Any response from the state?
Yes, Your Honor. I think the witness had said that he recognizes the receipts. They were attached to his reports, and they are what were provided to him by Walmart. He's also referenced the date and time located on the receipts, matching with the date and times that he reviewed.
All right, I've considered that objection, balancing out the objection in the state's response. I do find there was an adequate foundation laid with the testimony of the witness who's indicated that he referenced not only the store number but a corresponding phone number, that he personally pulled these receipts and recognizes them. So they may be and will be admitted, and any further questions would be subject to cross-examination. So the objection's overruled. 27A and B are both admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. And so as you were talking about these receipts, the receipt times then matched data location in regards to a device related to Alex Cox?
Yes, the device I've referenced in my review that I was reviewing, including that data that was provided to me for his Google account. In the course of that review, it was near these locations at the times referenced.
And you previously said that this essentially became a joint investigation involving some other occurrences in Arizona?
Yes.
Do you recall looking at phone data from beginning Monday, September 30th through October 3rd of 2019 related to a device associated with Alex Cox?
Yes, so that the device I've been referencing that in the Google account, I first had looked at it for the month of September. At a later time, Nick Balance provided me with another data file for October, so this actually goes between the two files. But on Monday, October 30th, there seemed to be a deviation from its normal pattern. From 13/17 to 16/32, the device is at 565 Pioneer Road, number 107, Alex Cox's apartment. And then there's a period of nearly 3 days. It doesn't go back to 107. And it does not appear back at 107 until Thursday, October 3rd, 2019 at 14:20. So beginning on the afternoon of September 30th, that night, that device appears to be at 175 that night. Then the night of October 1st, also at 175. And then the night of October 2nd at 175. And I also believe the entire day of October 2nd, it was also in 175. And then not until the afternoon of October 3rd does it go back to 107.
And were there some other data points associated with that device that aren't indicated on this slide?
Yes, this is a summary of what the activity showed.
And is this a summary of the activity that drew your attention?
Yes.
And that was because it deviated from the normal pattern with regard to that phone?
Yes.
Did you also look at location data related to several gun ranges?
So in the course of my review, I documented periods of time when the device was at or near gun ranges, specifically a gun range in Rexburg, Idaho, the Unified Sportsman's Gun Club range, and then one in Fremont County as well.
And on this slide, does this cover the dates that you found the device to be at or near a gun range?
Yes, so this is a portion of the data for the particular days of September 3rd, September 26th, and September 27th. So on September 3rd, between 1345 and 1346, it appears to be close to this gun range, a very narrow window of time. Then it travels to a Walmart from 1405 to 1436, and then it's back at the gun range after that from 1459 to 1651. On the 26th, from 1654 to 1858 appears to be at the gun range, and I've noted here that a lot of this data is cell tower data, not very specific. It's in the area of the gun range. Is it possible it's not at that gun range the entire time or not at that gun range at all? Yes. It's just in the vicinity of there based on the quality of the data that day. And also on September 27th, we have a similar situation from 1554 to 1845. The device is near or at this gun range, the Unified Sportsman Gun Club in Rexburg, Idaho.
Did you also look at data related to September 28th?
So on Saturday, September 28th, it was also at that same shooting range, the Unified Sportsman's Gun Club. And from 1525 to 1758, we had a series of data points in that area. On this particular day, we had a number of GPS data points as further down into the range. So on this overhead map, this is a snapshot of the range. Here in the lower part would be a firing line for one of the ranges, and this looks like a firing line as well. And at a gun range, it's typical for people to set up a target, and when the line is clear, to go downrange to get either set up their target or go look at a target they've been firing at or retrieve one when they're done. And it appears we have the device going downrange down to this furthest berm. This is a rifle range. This is a 100 meter, 200 meter, and 300 meter berm. So it appears to go possibly to the 200 meter, but also to the 300 meter berm, and then return to the firing line again.
And is there, over in what would be my right-hand corner on the lower side, can you tell us what we're seeing there, what that other structure would be?
This?
Yes.
So this is another gun range. It appears to have a a much closer berm to the firing line. That appears probably, based on this being 100 yards, I would guess a 50-yard range, but something that somebody could probably shoot rifle or pistol on that. Generally, this would be a rifle range based on the distance in my experience.
And based on the data points that you recovered, did it appear that the device was over in the shorter pistol range?
Not on this particular day. At least we had no data from that.
Did you also look at data involving the device being located at shooting ranges or gun ranges in the month of October?
Yes.
And what did you locate?
So on October 7th, it actually went to multiple gun ranges. Some for appears to be very narrow windows of time, so it might have just almost just driven by, went there and left immediately. But there was one at 1240, and it was really just to the place and then left immediately in that vicinity. And then it went back to Alex's apartment at 565 Pioneer Road, was there for only maybe a minute, and then it was went back to a different gun range, in Rexburg, the Unified Sportsman's Gun Club, and it was there from 1325 to 1329 in that vicinity. And then it drove to the Fremont County Sportsman's Club public shooting range, again, the one it had been earlier in the morning, and was there from 1350 to 1416. It left there and traveled to Alex's apartment at 565 Pioneer Road, number 107. Again, was there from 1437 to 1443, and then travels from there back to the Fremont County Sportsman's Club public shooting range again from 1503 to about 1524, and then it's in that vicinity.
And then did he go back on October 8th?
So there were 2 visits to shooting ranges on October 8th. The device appears to go to the Sportsman's Gun Club, one in Rexburg, but only for a very short time, 1 or 2 minutes. It appears to go there and leave. And then it goes from there to the Fremont County Sportsman's Club public shooting range, gets there at 11:07 and stays till 12:29. I did note that there were, the device appeared to be near around 100-yard range, at least for part of the time it was there.
And generally the 100-yard range, would that be getting over into where people normally shoot rifles?
Yes.
Were there some additional days in October when the device was at or near gun ranges?
Yes, on October 12th, it went to the Fremont County Sportsman's Club public shooting range, and was there from 1457 to 1701 in that area. And in here, I noted that it had spent time around the 50-yard range. And then on October 13th, it was back at the same shooting range again from 1249 to 1440. And it seemed to be at 2 different ranges, one a rifle range and one a pistol range.
Did you locate additional data points for October 15th of 2019?
So it went again to 2 shooting ranges on the 15th. They went to starting in the morning at 1801 to 920. It was at the Fremont County Sportsman's Club public shooting range, again near the 50-yard range. And then it left there and traveled to Walmart from 9:34 to about 10:15. And it traveled to Alex's apartment, 10:24 to 12:16. Then to the apartment for Lori Vallow in 175 from 12:17 to 13:17. And then back to Alex's apartment, 13:19 to 13:27. It then leaves there and travels to the vicinity of the residence of Chad Daybell, 13:41 to 13:56. It's there, about a 15-minute period. It then departs there, it goes back to the apartment for Lori Vallow from 1454 to 1515, and then back to Alex's apartment from 1517 to 1601, and then back to the same shooting range it had been at in the morning at the Fremont County Public Shooting Range. And it's there from 1623 to 1817, and it's a little unclear, but it's kind of between a 50-yard and a 100-yard range in that area.
Was that the last date in October that you discovered any location data associating Alex Cox with being in the vicinity, or a device associated with him in the vicinity of a gun range?
Yes, that was the last time I saw him travel, the device travel to a gun range, at least in the month of October that I reviewed.
Did you focus in on the date of October 9th, 2019?
Yes, I did.
And was there a reason that you were specifically looking at October 9th of 2019?
There was an incident at the residence of Chad Daybell on that evening.
And are you aware what the incident was?
Yes, it was reported that a person wearing a mask had pointed a weapon or a paintball gun at Tammy Daybell while she was unloading her car in front of the garage.
And I should back up and ask, is this part of the reason why you were looking at the data location involving gun ranges?
Part of it, yes.
What was the other part of that?
I really reviewed all of the data, but I didn't note these trips to the gun ranges. But because of our concern that the weapons could have been used in some kind of crime.
And when you say the weapons, were those weapons recovered from a residence?
There were weapons recovered from Unit 175 where Alex Cox had left his belongings.
Did those also have relevance based on the attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux?
Yes.
So then, based on that attempted shooting of Tammy and focusing in on October 9th, what are we seeing in this slide?
So on October 9th, the device goes to Idaho Falls, and while in Idaho Falls, it goes to the Sportsman's Warehouse at 2909 South 25th East in Ammon, Idaho, which is really a suburb just east of Idaho Falls. And from 1534 to 1612, there's a series of data points in and around the Sportsman's Warehouse. These are all Wi-Fi data points with a radius of 15 to 87 in level of precision. And these are plotted on an overhead map here from the file I was reviewing. And on the left here are some of the initial data points with the dates and times out near this end of the parking lot. This here is actually the Sportsman's Warehouse itself. And after these initial data points, we have a number of them that appear to be located within the store itself. Of course, because of the margin, we have one, for example, up here that they're located in this area of the store. And so for that period of time, I thought possibly the device and Alex Cox could have been visiting that store.
And based on your belief that he may have been in that store, what, if anything, did you do further in the investigation?
I went into the Sportsman's Warehouse and attempted to conduct additional investigation.
And what additional investigation did you conduct?
I contacted the Sportsman's Warehouse and retrieved all of the receipts for all purchases for a 45-minute period around the time that the device was there.
And you say around the time the device was there, so did you look at times prior to when the first data point was hitting?
Yes, I think I pulled it from 15:30 to 16:15, so a few minutes either side.
Did they provide the responsive receipts?
Yes.
Did any receipt in particular draw your attention?
There were about 60 transactions. That's not the exact number, but approximately, from 4 different registers. And so I reviewed those while I was at the store. And one particular receipt caught my attention.
And I guess I should be clear, did some of those receipts, were the purchases made with a credit or debit card?
Yes, most of them were.
Were any of those credit or debit cards associated with Alex Cox?
Not to my knowledge, no, and we were looking at that, and I provided those receipts to our financial analyst to review that.
And so with this particular receipt, was it a cash receipt?
Yes.
What else about this receipt drew your attention?
One particular item on the list, and it's really hard to read on this receipt, but this bullfrog rain, it says here, and this is as it appears on the receipt, the names on the right for these 5 items. So the bullfrog rain is it's a rain pant. The brand name is Frog Tog, and bullfrog is the model of the rain pant, I guess. And that particular rain pant, I was aware that a pair of bullfrog rain pants were in the possession of the property management company who had cleaned out Alex's Cox residence and his belongings, and that was one of the items that they had removed, that he had a pair of those pants.
And was that the same property company and the same that had brought in that cell phone that we talked about previously?
Yes.
Were there other things about the receipt that drew your attention?
Yes, so I found out what these items were. The first one, that M's Woodland Camo, was a Woodland Camo beanie. The flip mitt, Kenai flip mitt, is a type of glove. And the thermal 3-hole FA is actually a face mask. It's a ski mask. And then a soft drink was the other item that was purchased.
While you were in the store, did you in fact attempt to locate these items?
I did. So on the receipt reflects 2 unique numbers associated with a particular item. It has a SKU, which is a stock keeping unit number. And that's these numbers listed here. Hard to read, but that's the SKU. And then under it is another number, the UPC, or the Universal Product Code. Universal Product Code. It's my understanding the Universal Product Code is a number assigned by the manufacturer to an item, and it's specific to that item. The SKU was assigned by Sportsman's Warehouse as like an inventory control number. And so I was able to go and look at some of these items that were in stock at the store and verify the SKU with the SKU of the item in there and confirm what it was, and I took photographs of the items.
And you say you tried to determine the items that were in stock. Were any of these items not in stock?
The Woodland Camo beanie was no longer in stock, and I couldn't look at it.
Did you also look at some of these items on the website for Sportsman's?
Yes. So I could go to Sportsman's website and also search the SKU on the website and find inventory items using just the SKU. And I did that as well to confirm that I had obtained the same information and it was the same item.
Were you able to retrieve an image of the Woodland cam or the beanie from the website?
No, it was also out of stock on the website.
With regard to the other items, can you indicate what we're seeing in this photo or this slide here?
So this is a Glacier Glove Alaska River flip mitt. This one we have photographs here of is actually a small. On the receipt it appeared as a Kenai flip mitt, but according to the SKU, this is the same item. However, the the SKU is size specific, is my understanding. And so it wasn't the exact same SKU, but this is all they had in stock was a small. But the one that was purchased, according to their inventory system, was a large, that's particular SKU. So this flip mitt it's designed to allow the finger, the bottom half of the fingers, the ends of the fingers to be exposed. So you can do something where you require dexterity with your fingers, manipulating your cell phone or tying a fishing knot or using a firearm. And then can then use the mitt, and the mitt can then fold over those fingers to keep them warm. And so you can, without removing your gloves, can expose those fingers to do tasks that you need that manual dexterity.
And these are, in fact, copies of photos that were taken by you in the store?
Yes.
And then looking at the thermo 3-hole, I believe is how it was identified on the receipt. Is this an accurate depiction of a photo you took?
Yes, correct. So based on the SKU, this is the same item, though the brand on the tag was Igloo's 3-hole ski mask, but how it appears on the receipt is a thermal 3-hole FA. But the picture on the right, the gray picture, the gray mask is the one that was in stock. It had the same SKU as the one on the receipt. And when I went to the website and also searched the SKU, they had a photo on their website of the mask, and that was this one. And it was also listed as the same item on the website as well, using the same SKU.
And then we talked a little bit about those frog tog pants having significance or drawing your attention. Can you tell us what we're seeing in this slide?
So these are the frog tog pants they have in stock there in the store. And the SKU for these pants in the store are the same ones as on the receipt. And the number on the receipt, the SKU is actually, again, size specific. And so this had the same SKU as the receipt. And so I took a photo of the pants. I took a photo of the pants and also the tag with the UPC. And to look up the SKU, I might say we had to use a handheld scanner that they have, an inventory scanner, to verify the SKU was the same. But I did that with an employee helping me, and I looked at the scanner to verify they were the same.
Did you also look at some searches done by on the Homer J. Maximus account?
Yes. So Google has a search function, and when you search Google, they can track information regarding searches that you've conducted. And on the Homer J. Maximus Google account, a number of searches were conducted, and including there was a search on October 9th of 2019, and the search term that was searched was frog tog sizing for pants.
And October 9th is the same day that Alex Cox's device was in the Sportsman's Warehouse vicinity?
Yes, that was the date that, yes, correct.
And then just to clarify as well, some property provided turned over to law enforcement from the property management company of those Pioneer Place apartments, turned over a pair of pants similar to this?
Yes, so Detective Ray Hermosillo at the Rexburg Police Department had been in communication with this property management person about the pants previously, but she still had them in her possession when I went there this day. But I alerted Ray Hermosillo to finding these pants, and he went and retrieved them from her. And when he got them, they actually still had the tag on them, and it still had the Sportsman's tag on them. And it was, it had the same UPC and SKU, and it was also Frog Tog brand Bullfrog rain pants, size large.
And did you personally observe those pants that were recovered?
Yes.
And did they appear to be the same pants that were seen in the photo or similar?
Yes.
Did you look at additional location data associated with a device associated with Alex Cox on October 9th of 2019?
Yes, so this is that same device that I've been reviewing through September, and then into October I continued that review and what its activities were on the 9th. So I actually started that review, those files, after I went to Sportsman's Warehouse this first time. Nick Balance had alerted me to those data points the first time I went there. But then subsequently I reviewed that same data and more, and continued it on through all the data points, but from start to finish.
What did you learn about what other location data from that day drew your attention?
So after the device is at the Sportsman's Warehouse, it leaves the Sportsman's Warehouse approximately 1612, shortly after that purchase was made, and travels north from Ammon, Idaho. It travels up to Rexburg on Highway 20, but it doesn't go back to his residence where he would normally have turned off Highway 20. It bypasses the exit for his residence, and it continues on to the vicinity of 202 North, 1900 East in Rexburg, Idaho. That's the residence of Chad Daybell. However, it doesn't seem to stop at his address. It drives by his address. It drives over to Highway 20, which is it's about a little over 2 miles east of the Daybell residence. It turns around and drives by the Daybell residence again, and then drives south out of the area and back to 107 at 565 Pioneer Road, so Alex's apartment. It arrives at his apartment at 1716, and then the device appears to stay there all that night and until 11:28 the following day. So again, I have it ends on the 9th. 23:53 is the last data point on the 9th, and then it picks up at 3 minutes after midnight at 00:03, and as their next data point, but there are data points between these times, and then it stops at 11:28 when it does leave 107 again.
And can you describe what we're seeing in this slide?
So this is an overhead map of the area around the Daybell residence and just south of the residence. So this is the data points that I referred to, what that appears to be that the device drives up near the residence, drives past it, turns around, and comes back. The first data points, there's actually 2 down here at 1649. You see 1 here at 1650. 1651, 1652, and it continues across until it turns around, and then it appears to have come back. We have one at 1658, for example, and there's one off here at 1701. And I can't tell you exactly what the radius is on that one, but it appears to continue on south. There's one at 1703, and then we see it go south out of the area and arrive back at his apartment.
And we see one data point. There's a yellow line, a thicker yellow line, and there's a data point up by that. Do you know what that thicker yellow line represents?
Yes, this is Salem Road, or 1900 East, and this is 200 North, and that yellow line is going by the Daybell residence, so that yellow pin is where the Daybell residence would be at that intersection.
And then if we look at this next slide, can you tell us what we're looking at here?
So this is a zoomed in view of a similar area as the last map. So we have Salem Road, or 1900 East, 200 North here on the south, and the Daybell residence at the corner of this intersection. and this had this is those same data points as the device traveled over to Highway 20, and as it's traveling over to Highway 20, there's a data point right here, a 1651 GPS data point, and that one had a 6-meter radius. There's another one here that is less precise, though, at 1652. So I can't say if it paused here at all. If it did pause, it would have been for a very short period of time. It couldn't have been more than a minute or two.
And by where that data point is, there's a black line, a thicker black or gray line. Do you know what that is?
So yes, this is a canal that runs under 200 North, I believe like an irrigation canal. And
And was there anything else that seemed significant about that particular location?
so in light of the events that took place regarding Tammy Daybell, that somebody had allegedly shot at her or pointed some kind of weapon or paintball gun at her, law enforcement had done an investigation regarding that, and I'd also been to this location. And I noted that this road is fairly narrow. There's really no shoulder to speak of, and it slopes down into a ditch on either side of the road. And based on where I was looking for a possible location where this person could have gone, and or if there was a vehicle nearby where that vehicle might have been, and there really was no place for a vehicle that I could find, or very few. And one of the few places would be in somebody's driveway to get off the road, which could arouse suspicion, or right here near this canal, there's a little pull off for basically one vehicle. I think there was something to adjust water flow or to the ditch right there, and maybe a gate into this large pasture right here. But the next closest road is 2100 east if you go east, and that's a full mile from Salem Road to go that way. And to go north, it's a similar distance up to, I believe you hit the canal before you even hit a road again going north. So there's really not a lot of roads up in this area. So that area was a potential of interest to us, because if a person had done such a thing and needed a vehicle to get out of the area, that was a possible place they could have parked.
And previously, we talked about a device that was purchased at Walmart, and that device was ultimately associated with Alex Cox on October 8th. Is that the same one that we talked about previously?
Yes.
Were you able to determine when that device was activated?
Yes, that device that was purchased on the 8th was not activated until October 9th in the afternoon at 1:20 p.m.
And if we go back a few slides here, you had talked about the main device associated with Alex Cox returned to that Pioneer Road, his residence, on the night of October 9th at about 7:16 p.m. or in the evening?
Yes.
And it appeared to remain there for the night?
Yes, it did.
With regard to this new device, did you notice any activity or learn of any activity on that device?
So the device, once it was activated, it communicated with another device that was attributed to Chad Daybell during the period of 17:13 p.m. to 10:30 p.m., and it was communicated by text message. And I believe there were 10 texts between that time period.
Do you know, was any location data recovered in relation to the device we're talking about now?
No. So this device that was activated that day, we were not able to get any location data related to the device, and even the cell phone carrier couldn't even give us cell towers that it had used, and my understanding was, at least with that particular carrier, they didn't keep that information when it was text messages and not calls. And so because it was text messages, we don't know where the device was, just that there was transactional records.
And I believe because they were only transactional records, you were not able to recover the content of those texts either.
Correct. Most carriers don't retain content, at least at this time is my understanding. And the few that did retain it, they retained it for very short periods of time, a week or less, I believe.
And Your Honor, I'm just looking at the time. I'm at a point in the testimony if the court wanted to break, or I can continue to move forward, but we're at a point that it could make sense to take the lunch break.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and do that? So we'll be on lunch break. Let's reconvene at 12:45.
All right, please.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready to proceed?
We are, Judge.
All right, let's go ahead and have the jurors brought back in, please, Mr. Bailiff.
All right, please. Here's our present time for Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on CR 22211624, State of Idaho versus Lori Vallow. The state continues with its case in chief. Mr. Wright, you've previously been sworn in or still under oath for your testimony this afternoon. Ms. Blake, you can continue with your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. And just for the benefit of the jurors, before we broke for lunch, we'd been talking about a new device that was activated on October 9th. And is it correct that the device normally associated with Alex Cox, or most often associated with him, had remained at his residence as far as any data location on the night of October 9th?
Yes, that's correct.
and then this new device became active, and there were the text messages with the device associated with Chad Daybell between 7:13 and 10:30?
Yes, that's correct.
And then with regard to the month of October, did you look at some additional location data?
Yes, I did.
Were there some specific days or a date that you focused on?
I observed some activity between October 16th and October 18th where the device left Rexburg area and went to Las Vegas.
And could you determine endpoint in Las Vegas, or one of the stops at least there?
Yes, so it left on the 16th, and from Lori Vallow's address, 175, it went to the Comfort Inn and Suites in Hurricane, Utah, along I-15, and it stopped there for the night, and then the device continued on into McCarran International Airport, which is now Harry Reid International Airport. It was there on Thursday, October 17, 2019. It was there from 13:56 to 14:10, and then it drove back from that point to back to Rexburg. There were some other stops on this trip, but like gas and restaurants and things like that, but the trip was fairly continuous other than the overnight.
And did the trip have any relevance that you determined to the investigation?
Yes.
And what was that?
That Lori Vallow had taken a flight from Las Vegas on the 17th.
And did the date of Friday, October 18th become important in the investigation?
Yes.
And why was that?
The night of the 18th into the 19th was the night that Tammy Daybell died.
And can you describe what we're seeing on this particular slide?
So on the so on the afternoon of the 18th, the device had left the apartments at 565 Pioneer Road and drove south to Idaho Falls. It was there for the afternoon at a few different locations, but its last location was in the vicinity of the Chick-fil-A at 1958 to about 2132. It's in or around that Chick-fil-A area in Ammon, Idaho. At around 2132, it drives north from Ammon, Idaho towards Rexburg. It actually bypasses the normal exit to go to Alex Cox's residence and continues north towards the Daybell residence. So this map is an overhead view of Rexburg is in the southern part of this map. The Daybell residence is this pin on the north part of the map, and this is part of that trip back from Ammon, Idaho, and Idaho Falls area, back up towards the Daybell residence. So at 22:05, approximately, it's near this interchange exit on Highway 20, and then it continues north to this area it says Salem right there, but right at that intersection of Salem Road, and I think it's Salem Church Road is the east-west road. There's a Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints chapel there, and the device stays in that area for a period of time, and there's a period of time when we receive data, and there's a period of time when we receive no data. And then the next data point that appears is after this period of no data is a data point at 23:53. We get a data point right here That's actually a Wi-Fi hit of about 110 meter radius. And starting at that point, there continues to be data after that, regular data, as the device actually doesn't go back to Rexburg. It continues on south of Rexburg back to Idaho Falls.
Did the device remain in Idaho Falls for the duration of that night? Could you tell?
Yes, it appeared to go to a hotel in Idaho Falls, a Hilton Garden, there and stay the night.
At that point, do you know if Alex Cox still had the apartment or the residence at Pioneer, on Pioneer Road?
Yes, on subsequent nights, he stayed in 107 on Pioneer Road.
And with regard to that Chick-fil-A notation, do you recall the receipt some of the receipts that we looked at earlier that were recovered from that Jeep?
Yes.
Did the receipt recovered regarding Chick-fil-A on Friday, October 18th, did it appear to fall within that time frame?
Yes, it was October 18th at 8:05 or 20:05 from that same Chick-fil-A.
And if we look at this next slide, can you describe what we're seeing in this one?
So this is part of that same map, but just zoomed in. And this shows the spot where the device lingers in this area here. This is the LDS church here. And this is the Daybell residence on the north part of the map. The distance between those 2 points along Salem Road is about 2.6 miles. And it stays in this area beginning at 22:07. And we get 38 minutes of data points. And then there's an hour and a half of no data before we get that data point back on Highway 20 as it's heading south.
And through your investigation, did you learn of Alex Cox knowing anyone else in that area besides Chad Daybell?
No, we did not identify anyone else that he knew in that area other than Chad Daybell.
And in this next slide, can you describe what we're seeing here?
So this is a zoomed-in view of that LDS chapel at this is Salem Road, and I think this is Salem Church Road, and at 3462 North Salem Road. And the first data points are on the left, and we get 2 at 22:07, and at least one of those is a GPS coordinate. And then for the next.
I'm sorry. Could we have him please talk into the microphone? I'm really having a hard time hearing him.
Okay.
So the next data points are over here, and these are Wi-Fi data points. We get a total of 16 data points between 22:07 and 22:45 before we stop receiving any more data for a period of time. I think the previous slide shows that margin of error. The one 2 slides back shows what the margin was on those Wi-Fi data points. Yes, there it is. So these 16 points ranged from some were GPS and some were Wi-Fi, 11 meter radius to 122 meter radius, or those 16 data points that we saw populated. Some appear on the house, some appear by the church. So at 22:45, there isn't any more data from there until 23:53, when that data point appears on Highway 20 heading south. And then again, there's regular data after that as it continues on to Idaho Falls. The distance from the church to the point where we get that first data point after the period of no data at 23:53 is about a 7-minute drive. So if the device was in a vehicle traveling on the highway, it maybe would have if it had come from this spot, we don't know, but an estimate is maybe it left at 22:46, 23:46, roughly deduct 7 minutes from 23:53, could give you an idea of the span of time. But we just don't know where the device is for an hour and 8 minutes, other than it does appear just south of this location again.
And when we see the data points on that residence located next to the church, are those data points within a radius that the vehicle or the device could have been in the church parking lot?
Yes.
And with regard, I think this is what you were referencing as well, but is this just depicting, again, those times?
Yes, correct. That's that same information I just mentioned.
And through your investigation, you reviewed the data location for the month of October, is that correct, of 2019?
Yes.
Is this a summary of the times that a device or that device was in the vicinity or at the Daybell residence?
Yes, during the month of October, I identified 3 dates that it seemed to go into the vicinity of the Daybell residence. The first one was October 9th, which I talked about previously, when it doesn't seem to stop at the residence. It just drives up to the intersection near the residence, drives east to Highway 20, turns around and drives back by the residence before driving south back to Alex Cox's residence. On October 15th, 2019, it went to the residence again between 1341 and 1356, about 15 minutes. These data points were in the front or area of the residence, so there weren't any data points anywhere else on the property. They just seemed to be near the front of the residence. And then on Friday, October 18th, 2019, it drives to that church, which is 2.6 miles south of the Daybell residence. None of the data that I saw for the 18th showed that device going closer than 2.6 miles or going up to the actual Daybell residence.
Thank you. If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Your Honor, I do not have any additional questions. I do have the jump drive to admit as the actual exhibit. The court already has the printed out slides.
Very well. We'll have that admitted as the jump drive with the PowerPoint presentation.
And it is exhibit 299 for the record.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Blake. That'll conclude the direct examination then. Mr. Thomas, are you conducting cross?
I am, Judge.
Very well.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wright.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing today?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. So it looks like you went to the FBI Academy in 1997, is that right?
Yes,
Okay. Is that after you went to college? Did you go to college?
I did.
And was that prior to 1997?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you go to school?
Southern Utah University.
Okay. And then was this your first job out of college?
I worked for a manufacturing company while I was in college. At the same time I was going to school.
Okay. And was this your first job out of college, though, after the
Pretty much,
manufacturing?
yes.
Okay. You indicate that you did your last 11 years in Denver in the Violent Crimes Unit, Crimes Against Children, is that right?
Yes.
And that was 2007 to 2018?
Yes.
And then at what point did you become a contract special investigator?
I've been doing that a little over a year.
Oh, from today?
Yes.
I see. So you were
So
special-
after my retirement, I came on as a contractor doing some investigative work for the FBI.
Okay. So you were a special agent during the time of most of this investigation, is that right?
Yes, from the start of the FBI investigation in November of 2019, when I was first notified. I was the case agent until my retirement at the end of August of 2021.
Okay, so you retired in August of 2021,
Yes.
and then you just couldn't stay away. Had to start doing some consulting.
Pretty much, yeah. All I do now is just background investigations on security clearances, government employee security clearances. I'm not doing criminal investigations anymore.
Gotcha. And are you still working out of the Pocatello office, or are you at a different office?
I still reside in Pocatello, but most of my work, I don't have to go into the office.
Oh, okay. Yeah. But is it field type work where you go out to people's houses?
Exactly. They send me work orders for interviews for these background investigations. I conduct them and I submit them.
Okay.
I can work
All
from
right,
home.
Mr. Wright, Mr. Thomas, too. We need to make sure you don't speak over each other, please.
Right. I apologize, Judge. I'm sorry. All right. Okay, so you were the case agent from November of 2019 to August of 2021. Is that right?
Yes, there was one other agent assigned, but yes.
Okay. Who became the case agent after you left?
So Travis Homer, who was the other case agent and worked with me, he continued on as the case agent. I don't know if there were any more after that, if he was the only one assigned.
Okay. So you testified that you had some interaction with Ian Pulowski. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall when that was?
I first met him on December 5th of 2019. He came to the Rexburg Police Department and he was interviewed. I sat in on that first interview. There was another follow-up interview, I believe, the following day, but I was not present for that one.
Okay. And at some point, you were kind of the liaison between him and the law enforcement agencies. Is that right?
I probably was the primary. He was communicating with Detective Ray Hermosillo as well, but I interacted with him over a period of about almost a month. We had several communications and discussions.
Okay. So when he was wearing a wire, well, I shouldn't say it's a wire. It was some sort of a listening device, or?
Yes, I don't remember. It was some kind of concealment device that he could record with, and the Rexburg Police Department had that device and gave that to him.
Okay. And so when he had possession of that device, you were his main contact to either download the information or get that information. Is that correct?
That's fair to say. One of them. He may have been in communication with Ray Hermosillo, but I did communicate with him about the device, and I also, on at least multiple occasions, retrieved that device and gave it to Detective Hermosillo so they could take the recordings into custody.
Okay. All right. So there was some talk of you dealing with your Nick Balance, who is the member of the cast team. Is that correct?
Yes.
And he gave you some specific dates, or you asked him to give you some specific dates between September 1 and September 30th, 2019. Is that correct?
Yes. He had provided dates in the investigation based on what he was reviewing, but he works on a lot of different cases for different people to assist case agents like me. So he's helping me by feeding me stuff of potential interest, but eventually it got to the point that although it was helpful, I wanted to see it all. And that's where he provided a file for September of 2019, and I started going through it myself to see if I could see anything else that had been overlooked. Mm-hmm. And then I did it again later for the month of October. Okay.
And I believe you mentioned a couple of times that you were seeing patterns, or you were things were outside of what you would call a pattern. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
All right. And so how long, I mean, you've been doing this for a long time. You've been a special agent for a long time, done a lot of surveillance, I'm sure. How long does it take for you to develop enough data where you can have a pattern on a particular person?
In general terms or in this specific case?
Well, let's talk general terms first, and then we'll go specific.
if I saw something happen every day for a week at a certain time or a certain place, I would sort of think that's a pattern that they do that at a certain time or place. In this case, I only had those 3 months to really analyze. I mean, those 2 months to really look at. So when I say a pattern, it's based only on that information.
Okay. I guess there's a difference between having a pattern. If you're a college student, you see that person leave their house at 9 a.m., they go to a particular building on a particular campus at 9:15, they come out at 11 o'clock, they come home, there's a specific pattern.
Yes, especially for somebody that's going to school or employed. They generally are arriving roughly the same time, leaving the same time. In this case, we didn't see those kind of patterns. He didn't appear to have employment or anything like that. So what he did in a given day, it varied quite a bit from a day to day.
So when you say pattern, I mean, that, especially in this particular context, it's kind of a loose term, like there's really not a pattern, right?
So I believe when I mention pattern, at least the one I'm thinking of is where it went at night. And I think I just detailed what I saw, which was in the month of September at least, from the time it first appeared at 107 through the end of the month, it went to 107 during those particular hours in the middle of the night.
Okay, and you're just talking about the cell.
And that's so for my pattern is, though, what is that 25-day period? It did that.
Okay, but it's kind of hard to come up with a real pattern based on a 25-day period, right?
Sure. I mean, that's the extent of my knowledge.
Okay, and all the data points that you got were for Alex Cox, right?
Yes, that's the one I reviewed. Now, there were other devices that were being looked at, but to my understanding in the investigation, the other ones did not have the extent of location information as this particular device and Google account did.
Okay, and as far as your PowerPoint and all the things that you went through today, they were all just Alex Cox's information?
Exactly, just that one phone number and just that one Google account.
Okay. Didn't have any information on Lori Vallow?
Correct.
Didn't know when you didn't know her pattern, she didn't have a pattern?
No, I did not look at that, and especially what I talked about was not referring to any device that she had other than that one photograph that I mentioned came from an iCloud account for her.
Okay. And you mentioned that you used some mapping software for the GPS data that you were receiving. Is that correct?
Yes. So that was in the format that. Oh, go on. I'll let you ask your question. Sorry.
I just kind of want to know what was the mapping software that you were using.
So Nick Balance took those data points. He's getting all the raw data from the carrier, from Google, and he imported that into a Google Earth file. So that's all I did. I didn't create the mapping software. I didn't use anything other than what he provided, which was this Google Earth file that those points are mapped in. And then these images we saw today were literally still shots from the same mapping software that I looked at. That's the exact thing. That's the same thing I looked at, other than in the actual file you can click on individual data points and pull up additional information, underlying data.
Okay. So you use the Google mapping software. There are other mapping softwares out there, right?
Oh, yes, sure.
And you could take these same raw data and plug them into other mapping softwares, correct?
Yes, you should be able to.
And you can see if the mapping software from Google would match up with the other mapping software.
Sure, yes.
To have a real precise way of telling a jury, hey, I'm sure that this particular data point is correct and it is within 4 meters or however many meters, because I not only put it in the Google software, I put it into an independent software, a different software.
Sure, yes.
And you didn't do that?
I did not do that.
And Nick Balance didn't do that?
I don't know if he did or not.
But you would have known.
He has additional training and experience and expertise that I do not have, so the extent of his analysis is it's beyond what I know how to do.
Right, but between
I don't know exactly what those tools and techniques are.
Okay, but between 2019 and 2021, you were the case agent?
Yes, I was.
And you would have known if he would have put something into a different software. I mean, the buck stops with you. You're the case agent, right?
Objection, Your Honor. This has been asked and answered. I know counsel's gone for a different answer, but it's been asked and answered.
I'll overrule it at this point.
Okay.
Could you ask your question again, please?
Sure. Basically, I was saying that you're the case agent, and so the information stops with you, and that you are the one who would know if this was entered into a different software?
I know that he used some kind of other software and prepared a report for that. I do know that. And to me, I have seen that report, and it looks different than the software I use, the Google Earth. I don't know what that software is. At the time, I was still the case agent. His report was still in draft form. It was an ongoing project, and at different times he would share, this is kind of where I'm at, but the final product is yet to come. And so where his final product ended up and what that looked like, I don't know, because I was retired by that point.
Okay. But during your time, there was nobody that came to you that said, hey, I mapped these in Google and I mapped them in an independent one and they came up the same.
Like I said, he was putting it into some kind of mapping software. So I had seen that, and it looks different. I just don't know exactly what it is. He was doing that.
So the data points could be different?
No, I just know that they were different. I'm not sure what you're asking.
You're saying that the mapping software could have come up with different results with these two different...
Oh, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying that he was using different software than he provided to me in that Google Earth file to do his analysis.
Okay.
You'd have to ask him what that was.
Sure, we'll be sure to do that. On September 23rd, you said that the phone that Alex had, this particular phone, was at Chad Daybell's house between 9:55 and 10:12 a.m., and then it leaves the residence. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
On September 23rd, is that what you said?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And in based on your training, based on your experience, based on all of your knowledge that you have of the 20 some odd years of working with the FBI, that's not enough time to dig a hole, dig a grave, chop up roots around that particular hole or grave, find boards and find stones, and cover the grave up in that 17-minute window?
I was there when JJ was found, and I've seen that grave, and it looked like it would take a lot more work than
A lot
17
longer.
minutes to have dug that and covered it.
Okay. Thank you. There was some talk about where this particular phone was that belonged to Alex Cox, where it was on different dates. On August the 9th, do you recall where Lori Vallow was on that particular day?
August 9th or?
October 9th.
Oh, October 9th? I do. My understanding is she was not in town. She was traveling, if I
was
recall
traveling?
from the investigation, yes.
Going to Arizona?
I think she was in Arizona and then Missouri.
Okay.
I don't know exactly the 9th, which one of those places she was at.
All right. And on October the 18th, when Tammy Daybell died, do you remember where Lori might have been on that particular day?
My understanding is she was in Hawaii or either in transit to or from Hawaii.
Okay. If I could have just a second, Judge.
Yes.
No, we have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thomas. Any redirect?
You were asked a lot about whether or not you use different software from Agent Balance, and you indicated you did use the Google software, correct?
Yes, I used the same software he provided the document in, or the data in.
And that was how he provided it to you?
Correct. He created that file.
And did you, in fact, conduct additional investigation regarding those data points? And what I'm referencing is on September 8th, a photo was recovered placing Alex Cox in West Yellowstone. Is that correct?
Correct. There was other investigation being conducted to help corroborate the data that was being found in the devices. Yep.
And on several dates, you found data to corroborate that Alex Cox was in the same location as his device was showing to be.
Correct.
And when you're doing data location, you're just talking about the location of the device itself.
Correct.
And the known user of the device you reviewed was Alex Cox.
Correct. But I couldn't say at all times that he had the device, just that it was attributed to him, and there was evidence that he did carry that device, but whether he had it all the time, I couldn't say.
And what you've talked about today is not a review of phone calls or text messages between Alex Cox and anyone else. Is that correct?
Correct.
You're just talking about the location data associated with that.
Correct.
So as far as any communications he may or may not have had with Lori or Chad during this time, outside of the 10 text messages that were referenced, you did not get into those communications.
Correct. I was not reviewing his call detail records in depth like that. There was an analyst assisting, as well as Nick Balance was looking at it. I'm aware.
You were also asked about how long it would maybe take to dig, or about the grave that was located, and if 17 minutes was enough time to dig that grave. In your opinion, would 17 minutes be enough time for one person to dig that grave?
I don't think so. I don't think so. It looked, it's been a while since I've seen it, but I think it would have taken one person longer than that to have dug that.
So could more than one person have been involved in digging that grave?
Yes, or
Objection.
potentially.
It calls for speculation, Judge.
Overruled.
Yeah, it potentially could have been done quicker with more people or equipment, or when I say 17 minutes, that's the time the device is there, not necessarily that the grave was dug then or dug prior to that. I don't know. I can't say that. This is the time when the device was there.
So at this point, there'd be no way to know whether or not there was more than one person involved in digging that grave just based on the data location that you have.
Based on the data location, I can only say there's a device there at the gravesite.
No further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. That will conclude then the testimony of this witness. Can the witness be released?
We would ask that the witness be released from the subpoena, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. The bailiff will help assist you out of the courtroom. State can call its next witness.
Your Honor, if we could have just a brief sidebar.
Yes. All right, once you're ready, Ms. Blake, then the state can call their next witness.
Your Honor, the state will call Dr. Erik Christensen.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, now that the witness is sworn, before we get started with testimony, let me just inquire briefly. Dr. Christensen, have you reviewed any of the trial testimony in this case, either by reading it or listening to it in any means, either through the internet or observing it at any of the viewing locations?
No, I have not.
Okay, thank you for your response. When you're testifying, please talk directly into that microphone, and please use verbal responses to answer any questions so we make a clear record, and also try to avoid speaking at the same time as anyone questioning you. With that in mind then, Ms. Blake, you can inquire on your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name and spell your name for the record?
Sure. Erik Christensen. It's E-R-I-K, last name C-H-R-I-S-T-E-N-S-E-N.
What is your current occupation?
I'm currently employed as a forensic pathologist by the Utah Department of Health and Human Services, where I serve as the chief medical examiner for the state of Utah.
And is your title doctor?
Yes.
What experience, well, actually, let me back up. What education do you have in order to hold the position you have?
Sure. I have an undergraduate degree in philosophy that I attended then medical school at the University of Virginia. Following my medical school training, I did an internship in pediatrics at Walter Reed Army Medical Center, and then subsequent to that did pathology residency training in anatomic and clinical pathology. Following completion of that training, I spent some time as a hospital-based pathologist for a couple of years prior to doing a specific fellowship training in forensic pathology. And since that time, I've been employed as a forensic pathologist.
And can you explain a little bit about what a pathologist in general is?
Sure. Pathology is a specialty of medicine, just like internal medicine or pediatrics or surgery, that is aimed at making diagnoses of conditions based on the evaluation and analysis of either fluid samples or tissue samples or cell samples, and also by means of an autopsy. All of those things fall under the purview of pathologists. For example, if you go have blood drawn, all of that blood is run in a hospital lab that is directed and supervised by a pathologist. If you have a biopsy of something taken to find out if it's cancerous or infectious or whatever, all of those things are evaluated by pathologists to make a determination as to what the diagnosis is. And then autopsies are also done by pathologists to determine cause of death.
And if you, in conducting autopsies, is that a special branch of pathology? Is that the forensic pathology?
So the performance of autopsies is part and parcel of anatomic pathology. To be a forensic pathologist, you are required to first have board certification and training in anatomic pathology, and then subsequently receive special training in forensic pathology, which is aimed at the evaluation of sudden, unexpected, and non-natural deaths, things that typically fall to the jurisdiction of either a medical examiner or a coroner.
Have you worked as a forensic pathologist in other locations than Salt Lake?
Yes, I have.
And where else have you worked as a forensic pathologist?
I've worked as a forensic pathologist in Virginia as well as South Carolina prior to moving to Utah.
And with regard to your work in Utah, can you tell us a little bit? Actually, let me back up. In Utah, with regard to a death certificate, who is it that would determine the cause and manner of death?
So in Utah, the system is such that for most deaths in the state...
I'm going to object. I don't think this is relevant to this case. He's dealing with Utah.
Ms. Blake, response?
Your Honor, I think it goes to his training and experience and what his job duties are within the state of Utah. While he conducted an autopsy for the state of Idaho, I think it is relevant.
For foundational purposes, then I'll overrule that objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Who in Utah is the person that determines the cause of death or manner of death on a death certificate?
Sure. For cases that do not fall under the jurisdiction of the medical examiner in Utah, that would be just whoever the person's primary care doctor or attending physician was if they're a hospitalized patient. For deaths that occur and fall to the jurisdiction of the medical examiner, which is about 20% of the deaths in the state of Utah, all of those death certificates are signed by our staff of 10 and forensic pathologists.
In Utah, do they employ the coroner system?
No. Coroners, there's a lot of regional variability as to how that happens throughout the country. Some states, like Idaho, South Carolina, other places that I'm familiar with, have at each county has a coroner who's assigned to elected to investigate deaths that are sudden, unexpected, and non-natural. Some states have moved to institute a medical examiner system instead of a coroner system. In some states, that's done on a statewide basis, as it is in Utah. Some places, it's done on a county-by-county basis, where there may be some of the larger counties in a state, for example, may have a medical examiner, but the smaller jurisdictions may still have elected coroners.
Have you previously worked in systems that have the coroner, or in states, that have the coroner system in place?
Yes.
And in those jurisdictions, a coroner is separate from a forensic pathologist, correct?
That's correct.
And as a forensic pathologist, you've talked about the background and training and education you have to have. In your experience, do coroners require that same training and experience?
No, they're not required to have that. Most places, the statutory requirements to be the coroner is obviously you have to be elected, but then you also have to be a registered voter usually in the county where you're elected, can't have any felony convictions, but there's beyond that no general specific requirements, although that varies a little bit from state to state.
And do you know approximately how many autopsies you have conducted at this point in your career?
Around 7,200.
Did you end up conducting an autopsy on an individual named Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when you became involved in the process of starting the autopsy?
Yes. The autopsy itself was done on December 11th following a disinterment order from the district court. But our office's initial involvement in that process was probably in November of 2019. We were approached by someone from Fremont County with questions about that process. And so we provided some guidance on how that would be required to proceed.
And did you, in fact, attend the exhumation of Tammy Daybell's body?
I did.
And were you present when her body was was loaded for transportation to your office?
Yes.
Did you see her casket loaded into the transportation vehicle?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Were you also present at your office when the body arrived?
Yes.
When a body is exhumed, is it common for you or someone from your office to attend that exhumation?
Yes, that's fairly routine. There are a lot of different reasons that exhumations might be done. Sometimes it's to allow for the collection of DNA samples in a case, older case, for example, where DNA technology was not what it is now. Sometimes it's just for logistical reasons. A family wants to move a person from one place to another. They may or may not have had an autopsy or death certificate previously, and so we get involved in those cases to certify the death. And then sometimes it's for evaluation of potential criminal circumstances.
And does your office do more than just conduct the autopsy itself?
In the process of investigating a death that comes to our jurisdiction, we spend a lot of time both up front to the extent that we can, and very frequently for an extended period after the examination is complete, gathering information, and that is sort of usually in the form of medical records, police records, interview statements, other information that is available that helps us understand the circumstances surrounding the person's death. It's somewhat like when you go see your doctor, for example. You don't just walk in, he doesn't just do an exam and say, here's what we're doing. He talks to you. He gathers information from you about what your symptoms have been, how long they've been going on, have they gotten worse, are they getting better, all of those kinds of things. And obviously, we can't speak to our patients, but that information gathering for us in that realm happens through records review and talking to people who knew what was going on with that person.
And with regard to Tammy Daybell, did you in fact obtain some records to review?
Yes.
And did you speak with individuals already involved in an investigation?
Yes, we did.
Did you do that? Did you do some of that prior to actually performing the autopsy?
Yes. In the setting of an exhumation or disinterment case, it's a little bit unique in the sense that it can be planned out a little bit more, and so we can gather information before that disinterment and the subsequent examination happens. In this case, we did have the ability to gather some information from Fremont County, from both the sheriff's office and the coroner's office as to their investigation of Tammy's death up to that, to the point that she was released for burial and transported to Utah. And so we did have some of that information. Then obviously, subsequent to the exam, we gathered a lot of additional information, which we also reviewed.
And is that common practice for how your office handles the full process of the autopsy or investigation?
Yes, that's pretty typical.
Are exhumations very common in your experience?
No. I've been involved with, over the course of my career, a dozen or two at the most. I mean, it's not out of 7,200 autopsies, it's not a common occurrence.
And when you performed the autopsy of Tammy Daybell, was anyone else present with you?
So at that time, she was a trainee in our office, Dr. Lily Marsden, who was a board-certified pathologist who was at that point specifically in our office to train as a forensic pathologist. She was involved in the examination with me, and then in the course of an autopsy, we have members of our autopsy staff that are there for taking photographs, helping us collect samples and evidence, and other items that we deem that we need to collect, and then and sometimes there are also law enforcement personnel present. In this case, I believe the coroner from Fremont County was present for the examination, as was Lieutenant Powell. I can't recall who else off the top of my head.
And did you and Dr. Marsden conduct this autopsy in conjunction with each other?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And did you discuss the findings as you were conducting the autopsy?
Yes, both as we conducted it and discussed them frequently as we were finalizing the report and opinion.
If a body is exhumed, does that make it so that an autopsy is more difficult to be performed, or does it change how you would perform an autopsy?
So the primary differences in the setting of a disinterred or exhumed body, most of the time those people have been embalmed already, which changes the nature of their tissues. It has all been what we refer to as fixed because of the embalming fluid, makes it somewhat more stiff and a little less pliable, but it also preserves it. And so it's a little more difficult to do the exam just because of the stiffness of the body and the tissues, but it's something that we do on a fairly regular basis, even on cases where there was not a disinterment, because funeral homes as a practice tend to embalm bodies fairly quickly once they've received custody of the person, and sometimes bodies will go get embalmed before somebody realizes that they need to come to us for an examination. So we have quite a lot of experience dealing with embalmed bodies, less with disinterred bodies, but the process is basically the same. The only other difference with a disinterred body really has more to do with the nature of the burial and the preservation. If, in this case, the vault in which her casket was preserved was dry and well maintained, and so there wasn't a lot of water or other damage, which we sometimes encounter. There was also her embalming was pretty good, and it had also not been a long period of time since she had been interred, and all of those things, can make a difference. The only real finding related to her burial that was still present besides the embalming was the growth of some mold in various places on her body.
Can you walk us through how an autopsy is conducted?
Sure. So an autopsy examination in a forensic context is a medical procedure that is aimed at evaluating the presence or absence of injuries, presence or absence of natural disease. We collect samples for toxicology, so we know what intoxicants may or may not have played a role in the death. All of those things are done. Generally, we begin with an external examination, which involves a detailed examination of the body as it arrives. Excuse me. We then take photographs all along the way of the body with clothing. Then clothing is removed. If there are visible injuries, those are photographed both before they are cleaned and then after they're cleaned. And any trace evidence that might be present, we collect at that point as well. Once we are done with the external surfaces of the body, both front and back, we then proceed with an internal examination looking at all of the organs from the brain to the rectum and everything in between to evaluate them for their any pathologic or disease process that might be present. And at that time, we also collect samples that can be used for toxicology testing. There are some settings where we do additional dissections looking at different parts of the soft tissue. For example, sometimes we'll do a layered neck dissection where we evaluate the various layers of musculature in the neck looking for evidence of injury. And there's other specialized exams that we will do in some cases, not every case. We also generally will take x-rays of the body to evaluate for the presence of implanted hardware, skeletal trauma, both older and new, and any other information that might be yielded from an X-ray examination. Sometimes that also discloses natural disease that we can see. So all of those things are done, and then we collect samples also during the course of the autopsy to look at under the microscope so that we can assess even if an organ looks normal, for example, sometimes under the microscope it may not be normal, and so we look at tissue samples that way. We also take time to look at injuries under the microscope in some cases because they can also provide us information about how old an injury is. How long has it been there? Certainly nothing to the degree of precision that you see on TV where somebody says this person died at 5:37 last night, but we can through that sort of analysis allow for a sort of a broad swath of time. Did this injury happen around the time of death? Is it more than a few hours old? Is it days old? Is it weeks old?
And in conducting the autopsy on Tammy Daybell, did you in fact reach a conclusion as to the cause and manner of death?
Yes, we did.
And what were those?
We determined her cause of death to be the result of asphyxia and her manner of death to be homicide.
And when you use the term homicide, can you talk about what that means in terms of your office?
Sure. So we did not certify Tammy's death in terms of signing the death certificate because she didn't die in Utah, but we make the same determination. The determination of manner of death, we have basically 5 options that are on the death certificate. A death can be determined to be natural, it can be suicide, it can be accident, or it can be a homicide. And then there's a 5th option where you can determine, you can just say we can't determine. We can't decide between which of these options it is depending on the nature of the case. That determination is an administrative function that is performed for vital records purposes, is recorded on the death certificate, and is used to broadly categorize the types of deaths that happen in a given location so that, efforts can be made to try and prevent different types of death and be aware of the different categories and classes of deaths that happen in a non-natural way.
And when you talk about the term asphyxia, can you tell the jury what you mean by that term?
Sure. Asphyxiation is simply a process by which a person is deprived of oxygen. They're not allowed to breathe or intake sufficient oxygen to allow their life to continue. And that can be by any number of different means. Asphyxia is a very broad category that includes deaths from, technically drowning is an asphyxial death. Any kind of suffocation or smothering is an asphyxial death. Hanging deaths tend to be asphyxial deaths. And there are also chemical asphyxiants. Carbon monoxide, for example, impairs a person's ability to use oxygen. But broadly speaking, we use that term to apply to cases where someone is unable to get sufficient oxygen into their system to allow them to continue living.
And you talked a little bit about how the process of an autopsy. With regard to Tammy Daybell, did you see any external injuries or any obvious injuries that would have been the cause of her death?
No.
Can you walk us through how you ended up reaching your conclusion regarding homicide and asphyxiation?
Sure. Asphyxiation as a cause of death is really a diagnosis of exclusion. It requires that you have evaluated other possible causes of death and excluded them as contributing to the death. Essentially, in this case, and many cases like it, you have what we would term a mostly negative autopsy, meaning there's no pathology, no natural disease, and no evident injuries that are visible at autopsy that would explain why this person died. And most asphyxial deaths fall into that category as well. There are a limited number of things that can cause deaths without leaving any changes that are visible in the body as to why the person died. And some of those are natural, some of them are non-natural. In this case, the two primary natural causes that can result in this sort of change are seizures. Someone can certainly have a seizure and die from seizures. Generally speaking, we see that in the setting of people with known seizure disorder. And in this case, we didn't have any history. There was certainly some history relayed to us that she may have had some seizure-like activity in the days prior to her death, but no medical evaluation that we could find for any of those symptoms, no indication that she had a diagnosis of epilepsy. It would also be quite unusual for a woman at her age to suddenly develop seizures out of the blue, having her very first ever epileptic seizure occur at that age. It certainly does happen sometimes, but it's certainly more common in an older person to be a man, and it's also more common for that to occur in the setting of some other brain pathology, for example, like a stroke that was new, something changed in the brain, or the slow growth over time of a brain tumor. That's, for example, how John McCain, Ted Kennedy, and others that had brain tumors, some of their initial symptoms were seizures. And so that, again, she did not have any of that. Her brain was totally normal. And so for that to be her cause of death just is very, very unlikely. So we have excluded that on that basis. Other things that can cause, natural causes of a sudden death with no findings at autopsy would be arrhythmia disorders, rhythm disturbances. Your heart, in addition to being a pump, is also an electrical organ, and it is driven by the electrical circuits within it. And if those circuits get short-circuited, so to say, that can lead to a sudden death in an individual as well. There are a number of inherited disorders associated with genes that make the channels that cause ions to flow in the heart, that make that electrical circuitry work the way it's supposed to. People that have those inherited disorders can die suddenly and unexpectedly. Generally speaking, the people that have inherited forms of that will also have some family history of that, although not always. But most of the time there will be some history of that, and it would also be unusual for it to occur again at her age. Mostly that type of change presents in childhood or young adulthood. So neither of those things is very likely given that. As far as non-natural causes of death, asphyxia, obviously I've told you that's what we concluded led to her death. there, are any number of ways that someone can be asphyxiated. That can be from, suffocation, which is just a broad description of anything that occludes the external airway. It can also be the result of neck compression or chest compression. Any of those things that impair someone's ability to breathe normally, even if they, if their mouth is not occluded, certainly can also lead to their death. Things that occlude the mouth tend to act more quickly, in the sense if you adequately, block someone's ability to breathe at all by occluding their nose and mouth, they would lose consciousness, very quickly, a matter of, 15 or 20 seconds, if that occlusion is effectively held in place. And then that may or may not lead to their immediate death. They may continue to have, after loss of consciousness, may continue to have heartbeat for some period of time, but end up with what is called central apnea, meaning the changes to the brain have impaired their ability to breathe normally. So even if the occlusion is released, they may not breathe normally after that. So asphyxia is certainly a one possibility in this case. Other non-natural things that could potentially account for her death would be any kind of chemical intoxication or drug overdose. We looked at, in this case, an extensive array of drugs, medications, pesticides, chemical weapons agents, lots of things, way beyond what we normally look at, and found no indication of anything in her system except for what would be considered therapeutic level of medication fluoxetine, which she had been taking for many years, and no indication that played a role in her death. That substance has been associated with some cardiac rhythm or abnormalities as well, but no indication that played a role in her death. And so those are the sort of the basic things. She, in addition to having, no anatomical abnormalities, no organ pathology per se, no pneumonia, no other pathologic process that would explain her death. She did also have some injuries on her arms, very nonspecific blunt injuries, bruises on her right arm, left arm, and on her left chest, which were determined to be relatively acute injuries, had happened, within the hours around the time of her death. Would be, by their nature, those types of blunt injuries are not specific, but they are certainly consistent with someone being restrained, and would be, consistent with asphyxia as a cause of death as well.
And if we break some of that down a little bit, because you've indicated that the autopsy in this case is a negative autopsy because there is not a clear way to determine the cause of death. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you talked about one of the other potentials being seizures.
Correct.
Can seizure activity, and could you explain a little bit about what a seizure is?
A seizure is abnormal electrical activity in the brain that can manifest in a variety of ways. What we might typically think of as generalized or convulsive seizures. Someone would collapse and have shaking movements for a period of time after a period of stiffness. People can also have what are called partial seizures that result in staring spells or other types of inattention or abnormal movements of parts of the body. Any of those types of seizure disorder are potentially put the person at risk for sudden death.
Have you conducted autopsies before where there is evidence of seizure activity?
Yes. So you certainly don't have to have anything. You may not have any evidence at autopsy, like I said, in the setting of a seizure, but sometimes we do see things, for example, like tongue injuries if the person bites their tongue, and that can be both, acute injuries or healing injuries. We sometimes also see evidence of incontinence of either bowel or bladder occurring at or around the time of death. But those are, I guess I would say, soft signs, not really. They're not definitive for seizures, but they are sometimes associated with seizures.
And you did talk about that it would be uncommon for someone Tammy's age to have all of a sudden developed seizures or started having seizures.
Yes.
And do you know how old she was?
49.
You also talked about there was really no evidence of her having seizure-like activity outside of some information provided. Was that information that you reviewed provided by Chad Daybell?
I believe that's where the coroner said that information came from, yes.
So it came to you through the coroner, but was reported as having come from Chad Daybell?
Yes.
Did you review some medical records for Tammy Daybell as part of your investigation?
Yes, we did.
Did you see anything in the medical records that would support Tammy having seizure-like activity?
No.
Is that part of why, is that part of your conclusion that it would be unlikely she died from a seizure?
It contributes to that, yes.
And then you talked about arrhythmia. I think you said arrhythmia irregularities. I may have that wrong, but essentially something with the heart. Mm-hmm. And I believe you talked about, would it be similar because of Tammy's age, you wouldn't expect to see that, a sudden onset of problems with the heart?
Certainly, I mean, middle age and older is a common time for people to develop heart disease. And that can also include arrhythmias or rhythm disturbances such as heart block and other things like that. But generally, those do not present with sudden death. They'll present with palpitations or other things like that. In the setting of what we call the channelopathies, the inherited or potentially acquired conditions that lead to lethal rhythm disturbances where a person has ventricular fibrillation, which is incompatible with life. Those conditions do tend to be inherited and do tend to present at a much younger age than what she was.
And then just to go over it as well, it sounded like one of the other causes that could result in a negative autopsy would be some kind of an intoxicant.
Yes.
Can you sometimes see signs of someone dying of an intoxicant?
Certainly there are a number of things that we see, and drugs that lead to death or substances that lead to death by intoxication tend to lead to death by one of two means. I mean, all of us, when we die, ultimately our heart stops and our breathing stops. And so it's generally the medication or the substance has an action on one of those things. Opiates, for example, and other central nervous system depressant agents tend to suppress breathing. They either slow your breathing down or stop it, which then leads to, once your breathing is inadequate, will ultimately lead to your heart stopping. Other medications are directly toxic to the heart. But any of those types of suppressant medications that lead, or depressant medications rather, that lead to respiratory failure also lead to what is called pulmonary edema, which is the presence of fluid buildup within the lungs, which sometimes then also is visible externally as it comes up the airways and out in the setting of a fatal intoxication.
When you talk about intoxicants, does that also include what would commonly be known or referred to as poisons?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And you talked about doing some testing for intoxicants, and so that would encompass poison as well?
Yes. I mean, there is no such thing, for example, as the ability to test for every possible substance. Toxicology labs just generally are not structured that way. It's the lab that we use does a very broad screening for hundreds of the more common, and even many of those are not very common, but hundreds of the more common illicit drugs, over-the-counter drugs, and prescription medications to see are they present or are they not. In addition, in this case, we also looked at heavy metals, lead, arsenic, selenium, and other things that are known to be intoxicants. We looked at organophosphate pesticides to see if there was anything there that could potentially lead to her death. Looked at cyanide. Had our chemical threat laboratory at the Utah Public Health Laboratory do some testing for both additional organophosphate poisons, nerve agents that are generally seen only in the context of chemical weapons attacks. None of those were found. We also had them test for a couple of different biologic toxins, ricin and abrin, both of which were also not detected. So we did a lot more testing in this case than we generally do in most cases, but all of it was negative except for the medication that she was prescribed.
And did you, in fact, was more than one agency involved with the testing, the toxicology testing?
Yes. So in addition to the chemical threat lab, the rest of the testing was done at National Medical Services Lab, which is a reference laboratory that we use in Pennsylvania.
And I believe you indicated this is one of the most extensive toxicology testings that you've been involved in with regards to an autopsy?
Yes.
And was the reason for that because it was a negative autopsy?
Yes. And because of the suspicious circumstances surrounding the death.
When you do testing for substances, intoxicants, and the other things that we've talked about, what part of the body or what do you generally try to test with?
In most cases, the optimal substance for testing is blood. That gives us an indication of what is going on in that person at the time of their death, what's circulating through their system. In her case, because she had been embalmed, blood is not available for us to use for testing. And so in cases like that, whether it's because of prior embalming or because of decomposition, there's any number of reasons we do this, but we will send liver samples to be tested, mostly because those there are pretty good reference ranges for postmortem testing in liver tissue.
And in your opinion, did the fact that Tammy was embalmed inhibit the ability to test for those substances?
It didn't inhibit it. It slowed it down some. We had to certainly do some redirection on a few things, but it did not change things ultimately, no.
Was there anything from the toxicology testing that stood out to you?
No, other than her, the presence of her medication at a therapeutic or what would be considered a normal level. Everything, there was not an intoxication, a toxicologic explanation for her death.
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask if I can get exhibits 295A to L that were previously admitted.
Mr. Bailiff, sorry, could I just briefly look at those? It'll be quicker for me to.
I'd like to see him too.
All right, counsel, I'm going to go ahead and suggest we take the mid-afternoon break, and then we'll get into the exhibits and pictures. If that works for you, I apologize to interrupt, but we're right about the correct
No,
time to
I
do
think that'll work right now.
that. Okay, thank you, Ms. Blake.
All right, please.
Everyone can be seated.
All right, please.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. Before you start with the examination, can I have a quick sidebar with counsel? All right, we're back on the record on CR 22211624. Ms. Blake, you're continuing your direct examination of Dr. Christensen. You continue at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. So we've been talking about the autopsy and what all that entails. After doing the external, when you started to look at the internal part of Ms. Daybell, including her organs, did her organs appear normal?
For the most part, they appeared essentially normal, except for changes related to embalming. And there was also fluid present in the lungs and sort of a frothy, dried foam present in her airways.
As part of your investigation, were you shown or did you review photos that were taken from the scene of where Tammy Daybell was discovered?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask to publish State's Exhibit 295J.
It can be published. It's been previously admitted also.
When you talk about the substance in the lungs, the frothy substance, would it be similar to what we see here?
Yes, this picture is a little bit, I don't know, blurry is the right word, but this picture shows what we call pulmonary edema foam or froth, what's sometimes referred to as a foam cone that exudes, comes up from the lungs through the airways and out either the nose or the mouth or sometimes both. It's a combination of fluid, which has leaked from the capillaries into the air spaces and then mixes with the protein and other things that are in those air spaces that normally help keep them open and creates this bubbly, frothy fluid that then is sometimes visible on the surface as it was here.
And is that what pulmonary edema is?
This is a manifestation of pulmonary edema. You can certainly have quite florid pulmonary edema without it ever coming out, and that is largely a post-mortem phenomenon. It doesn't generally happen when people are alive, but if their edema is sufficiently severe as that, as it accumulates or the fluid builds up, the air builds up in those spaces, it will sometimes push up and out of the nose and mouth.
Had you, in fact, conducted other autopsies where this frothy foam had been present?
Yes.
And is pulmonary edema actually a cause of death?
It is not.
Would it be just a result of the cause of death?
Yeah, generally speaking. So the pulmonary edema is a finding or it's a physical manifestation of some underlying pathologic process. So we most commonly see this sort of change in the setting of opiate intoxications, heroin overdoses, oxycodone overdoses, and those sorts of things. But it's very common also in the setting of drowning. Can be seen in asphyxial deaths of all kinds. Can also be seen in the setting of heart failure. There's a number of things that can cause pulmonary edema, but the pulmonary edema is not what leads to the person's death. It's the same thing that caused their death is also what causes the pulmonary edema. The pulmonary edema is just a manifestation of the cause of death, and there can be different things that cause it. Just like with a like hemorrhage is a non-specific thing. You can bleed to death from lots of different things. You can bleed to death because you're shot. You could bleed to death because you're stabbed. You could bleed to death because you're in a car crash and suffered some fractures and other things. Lots of different things can lead to hemorrhage. Hemorrhage is sort of a mechanism or a finding in the setting of those other things, but it's those other things that are the cause of death. And in the context of pulmonary edema, it's whatever caused the pulmonary edema would be the cause of death.
And is pulmonary edema a manifestation or a mechanism or a finding associated with asphyxiation being the cause of death?
Yes, it is.
Did this in part play into your finding that asphyxiation was the cause of death here?
It did.
And that was done in conjunction with ruling out the other causes of death that could result in or have a manifestation of pulmonary edema?
Yes.
We had also talked about you conducting a review of the external body of Tammy Daybell, and you had indicated you noted some bruising.
Yes, that's correct.
And I believe you also indicated that bruising could be indicative of someone being restrained.
It could be.
And Judge, I have States Exhibit 179A and 179B. These are blank diagrams, which I would intend to have handed to the victim to have him make some markings. So I do not have copies for counsel or the court at this time, assuming they would want copies once the markings are made.
I'm assuming she meant witness, not victim.
Yes.
Yes.
I did mean witness.
Very
Thank
well.
you for that correction, Mr. Thomas.
179A and B then have been previously shown in a sidebar to counsel in the court. They can be presented to the witness. If any markings are made on those, we'll get copies made for the court's exhibit copy file as well as the defense, assuming they become admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I had intended to wait to move for the admission until after the markings were made and counsel had an opportunity to review them as well.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Blake.
I can proceed to mark them.
Yes, Dr. Christensen, and what I was going to ask you to do is if you could mark on those exhibits where you located the bruising or the external injuries that you were referencing.
Okay.
And for the record, Dr. Christensen, what are you using to make the markings?
It's like a Pentel Energel pen.
The color of the ink.
Blue, it looks
Okay.
like. I haven't written with it yet.
Blue ink pen, thank you.
Yes. Okay.
And
I also labeled the arms right and left.
Thank you. And I believe on those exhibits, one says front at the bottom and one says back.
That's correct.
And have you had an opportunity to mark on both of those?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that those be shown to both court and counsel.
All right. We'll have the bailiff assist with that, please. I'll take a quick look at them and then they can be handed to defense counsel. Thank you, Mr. Bailiff.
I don't know if there's any way you can make a record as to what you saw, but I think we need to make a record of some sort.
And Your Honor, once I was shown them again, I was intending to make a record.
All right, if you
Okay.
want to do that, Ms. Blake. I guess just starting with the fact that there were no markings on those when the witness received them and no one else has marked on them.
Yes. And I think if we can put that into the record, I don't believe anyone has marked on it but the witness. With regard to 179A, that diagram is labeled front at the bottom. You have indicated several markings. Could you indicate what those markings represent?
Sure. Each of those marks, and they are certainly not to scale, nor am I an artist, but they are representations of bruises that were present on her arms and chest.
And by one hand is a letter R, and one hand is the letter L. Did you add those?
I did.
And those represent?
Just right and left, just to clarify, especially with the back.
And to be clear, you did not write the front. That was already written on there when handed to you, correct?
Correct.
And then with regard to the 179B, it's labeled back at the bottom. You did not write the word back. Is that correct?
I did not.
And and on the last one, I guess I should indicate a total of 6 blue dots on the one labeled front. Does that comport with how many you added?
I believe so, yes.
And on the one labeled back, the 179B, there are 4 markings. And what would those markings represent?
Those are also bruises of the same sort. And again, not to scale. They are of varying sizes, but roughly in the same size range as what those pictures depict.
And these are bruises that you observed during the autopsy of Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I would ask for the admission of States Exhibit 179A and 179B.
Any objection?
Based on the testimony, I have no objection.
Okay, and the court would consider those as demonstrative exhibits.
Yes, and I would ask to be able to publish them.
You can publish them, and they are admitted.
And this is the first exhibit. It's labeled front at the bottom. And you've already talked about these marks indicating bruises. They're not to scale. Can you put into the record where on the body you had observed these bruises?
Sure. Those injuries on the right arm are on the upper right arm over the lateral biceps area. The one on the right forearm is at the edge, the outside edge, with the palm forward, which is what is typically described as normal anatomic position. So this diagram is such that the person is standing with their palms forward, and that mark on the right forearm is towards the outside with the hands positioned that way forward. The mark on the chest is on the upper portion of the chest above the breast on the chest, and then the one on the left arm is over the left biceps.
And this is States Exhibit 179B. It's labeled back at the bottom. And you've already talked about those marks a little bit, but can you indicate into the record and for the jury where exactly you found those bruises?
Sure. Again, this is a picture of the back of the body. So the two on the upper arm, those 2 bruises are located over the triceps area on the back of the upper arm, and then the 2 on the forearm, again, this is in anatomic position with the palms forward. So these are on the back of the forearm with them positioned that way.
And did you discover any bruising on the lower extremities?
Did not.
When you conduct the examination, do you document any external injuries as you go?
Yes.
Were photos, in fact, taken of these bruises that you observed?
They were.
And Your Honor, I have what's been marked States Exhibit 178A through 178V. I believe counsel has a copy and the court has a courtesy copy. I'm not sure if we have an official copy in the record yet.
I've got the court's courtesy copies. And counsel, on a couple of these, as we previously discussed, I think they ought to be shown privately to the jurors, as we've done previously with other graphic photos. So do you want to organize those in such a way that we have a group that are not shown that way, so we don't have to go back and forth? Is that possible? So we've got A and C, and
I think we could make it, I think they just go in order of documenting the bruises, sometimes getting in closer based on the area where the photo was taken.
Okay.
And I think maybe what I would ask is if the court would allow, because and I understand these have not been admitted yet either, but for purposes of starting with, if I could have the witness shown the exhibit and then possibly for reference have him be able to look at the exhibits in order, but pull the ones that need to be published separately and publish those after.
Very well. That would be great.
I don't know if counsel has an objection to that, but.
No objection.
Okay, we'll do it.
So if I can have the witness shown this copy. If you could look through those photographs.
Okay.
Do those appear to be an accurate depiction of what you observed during the autopsy?
Yes.
And, Your Honor, I would move for the admission of States Exhibits 178A through 178B.
And that's through, you're just moving to admit A and B?
A through V. Sorry, V is in Victor.
V, okay. 178, A through V. Any objection?
May I have voir dire and aid?
You may, Board.
Dr. Christensen, these photographs that were taken, they were taken at your request during the autopsy, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And these were taken in Salt Lake City at your pathology clinic or where you do your autopsies?
Yes, at the Office of the Medical Examiner.
And you were present when these were taken?
Yes.
And are these a complete copy of all the autopsy photos that were taken?
I don't believe so, no. There are many more pictures that we took besides these.
Okay. But as far as the ones that are represented here, did you review these after the autopsy in relation to when you were writing your report?
Yes.
In conjunction with that report?
Yes.
Okay. And some of these indicate that, no, I'm not going to get into that yet. I have no objection, Your Honor.
Very well. Exhibits 178, A through V are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And pursuant to what the court's indicated, if I could have the witness retain a copy to reference as we are publishing only some of them, is my understanding right now.
Okay. I'll have,
And I can either give him my copy. They have the same exhibit stickers, so whether I retain the copy he was just looking at or this one, I don't know if the court has a preference.
all right, the ones that are published should probably be the originals, so when they are published, so we'll have the witness have the copy exhibit from your folder.
That would be fine. Yes. And doctor, as we go through these, some of these are not going to be published at this time, but in order for you to have the reference, because I believe they go in order where some of the injuries were documented. On that first photo that is not going to be published at this time, 178A, can you indicate what that depicts?
It's a picture of Ms. Daybell's left upper chest, showing the bruise on her chest, left chest.
And that next photo, 178B, is that a closer view of that same bruise?
Yes, it is.
And Your Honor, I would ask to publish 178B.
You can publish that. Thank you, Ms. Blake.
Is that the bruise that you were referencing?
Yes.
And then again, we're not publishing right at this time 178C, but can you indicate what is depicted in that photo?
178C shows Ms. Daybell's right upper arm and the right side of her chest with the bruises on her right biceps.
And is 178D a closer view of that?
It is.
And Your Honor, just so I don't ask in between each one, the ones that have been approved to be published, can I go ahead and publish those?
Yes, you can, Ms. Blake.
And that's the closer up view of that bruising?
Yes, it is.
And then if we look at the next photo, 178E, what are we seeing in this photo?
This shows Ms. Daybell's right forearm, the back of her right forearm, and the right side of her body, but with the bruises on her right forearm.
And in 178F, is that a closer view of the same bruise?
It is. Bruises, plural.
Oh, bruises. In 178G, can you indicate what we're seeing in this photo?
Yes, this is the front side of Ms. Daybell's right forearm with a bruise.
And that 178H?
Is a close-up of G, close-up of the same injury.
And then we are not publishing at this time 178I, but can you indicate what that shows?
178I shows a section of the one of the injuries on the right biceps where we have taken a tissue sample and made an incision into the arm to demonstrate the that there is hemorrhage in the tissues, that the bruise is in fact a bruise, and shows also the cassette, the little plastic device that we place the tissue in to be prepared for microscopic examination.
And if I publish 178J, is that another view of the incision you were just describing?
I believe so, but I can't be certain. It's very, very close up, but I can't tell you for sure if it's the same or not. I think it is, but
If I go to 178K,
yes, 178K is the same injury and the same section.
and so just to go over that a little bit, you indicate you end up taking a sample of where the bruise is.
Yes.
And what does that allow you to determine?
As I mentioned previously, it allows us to look at that tissue under the microscope to see what sort of progression that injury has gone through. Is it just hemorrhage? which is what we see generally in the initial stages of any injury, just bleeding into the tissue in a blunt injury. Over time, those soft tissues go through a progression where inflammatory cells come in an attempt to clean up the injury. Over time, the nature of those inflammatory cells change. Eventually, you end up with tissue cell types that make scar tissue, and then eventually you just end up with scar. And all of that takes place in a somewhat protracted way over several days to weeks. But looking at that under the microscope at least gives us some indication of where in that process the injury is.
And as you were going through this process with the bruising on Miss Daybell, were you able to make any determination with regard to the age of the bruising?
All of it, all of the sections that we look at under the microscope showed only hemorrhage. They were acute injuries.
And would you be able to say if they occurred prior to or after her death?
Most likely prior. Certainly you can inflict bruises on an individual who has recently died. If you strike them, drop them, any number of other things. But once circulation stops, you tend to not have a lot of accumulation of hemorrhage within the tissue simply because there's no circulation, no blood pressure.
And on this slide in particular, is that the sample that's sitting on in the plastic?
Yes.
And with regard to that, and I'm not sure if there's a laser pointer up there,
Yes, there
might
is.
be. Can you describe where we're seeing the hemorrhage and what it should look like?
Sure. So this piece of tissue here, this is the skin surface along the closest to the number here. This is the skin surface. Normally, all of this tissue beneath here is what we call subcutaneous fat. It normally looks like this yellow tissue over here. It's just bright yellow, like any kind of fatty tissue. And all of this dark discoloration is hemorrhage within that fatty tissue.
And I believe we are not publishing photo 178L right now, but could you describe what's in that photo?
It is, again, a picture of an incision into an injury on her right biceps, which shows hemorrhage in the underlying soft tissue.
And then if we look at photo 178M.
This is a photo of a section taken from the right forearm. Again, shows the skin surface.
Sorry, I was trying to adjust the light a little bit there. That should disappear.
Again, the skin surface is along here. This is bright yellow for the most part, except for a little bit of hemorrhage in the soft tissue immediately below the middle of that.
And did that, again, were you able to determine the time on that bruising or when you thought it would have occurred in relation to death?
It was, again, acute injury, only hemorrhage, no evidence of any inflammatory response. So occurred around the time of death, maybe shortly after, but certainly, more likely to have occurred prior to death and could have occurred prior to death anywhere up to a few hours.
And 178N, is that just another view of the same?
Yes, it appears to be.
And we are not publishing 178O right now, but could you describe what is depicted in 178O?
178O is a photograph of a small scar that was present on the right chest wall.
And we are not publishing 178P right now, but can you indicate what is depicted in that photo?
178P depicts incisions into the bruise on the left biceps.
And then looking at 178 Q, are you able to determine what that is an image of?
Q is a closer up image of O. It's that same small scar on the chest wall.
And that scarring was an older injury?
Yes, it was completely healed.
Do you simply document other external injuries that you notice, including older scarring?
Yes, we do.
And then looking at 178R, are you able to determine what that is an image of?
This is a closer up image of 178P, the injury on the left biceps.
And again, was a sample taken from there?
Yes, it was.
And that was done for the same reason with regard to determining the bruise?
Yes, it determines one, that it is a bruise, and two, gives us some broad range in which it was inflicted or received.
And we are not admitting 178S right now, but can you indicate what's depicted in that image?
S depicts the same injury on the left biceps with the tissue sample removed and placed in a cassette.
And 178T?
The same thing, just closer up.
And this one has the tissue sample by it?
Yes.
And again, if you could indicate when we're looking at that in the sample, where's the hemorrhage or the bruising?
Again, this is the skin surface. This is two sections through that area. Skin surface on this piece, skin surface on this piece. This yellow is normal subcutaneous fat, and these darker areas are evidence of injury or hemorrhage.
And with regard to 178U?
This represents a close-up view of the bruise on the left chest.
And 178V?
178V again shows the same area with the sample removed and placed in the cassette.
And so, again, is that darker area where you were looking at?
Yes, this is the skin surface on the right of that image. All of this dark is hemorrhage within the tissue.
And on the prior exhibits where you had indicated the blue marks, these are the images of those bruises from Miss Daybell's body?
Yes, they are.
And then images documenting the subsequent samples taken?
Yes.
When you looked at Tammy's body, did you notice any signs of lividity?
Yes.
And could you explain a little bit about what lividity is?
Sure. Lividity is a normal postmortem change in the body where after death, after circulation ceases, the blood in the body starts to settle within, rather than being moved around by blood pressure, it starts to settle in by gravity into whatever the lowest portion of the body is. And that, takes, we generally don't see it immediately upon death, but it will start within 30, 60, 90 minutes afterwards, and it's quite variable when that will start, but it will start sometime in a short period after death, and then eventually over time it becomes what we call fixed, meaning it doesn't move. It's if someone, for example, were to pass away and lay on the floor on their back for a couple of hours, and then were to be rolled over to their front, the lividity where that blood had started to pool on their backside would then start to redistribute to their front side because that's now the part that's down. Over time, that changes to the point where, if someone were to lay on the ground for 12 hours, say, instead of 2 hours, if you were to roll them to their front, you don't really get any substantial redistribution of that blood back to the front because it's become what we call fixed at that point. And so the longer that a person lays in one position can help you. But it's a dynamic process in the sense that it goes from, when you first see it, if you were to have the ability to watch a person after they die, when you first notice lividity, if you were to move them at that point, it would probably go away entirely. Whereas after, the more number of hours they stay in that same position, it will redistribute, as we call it, move to a different position if the body is moved to a lesser and lesser extent, to the point where at some point it will no longer move at all. I'm not sure what I said. It'll no longer be movable. It will be fixed. Mm-hmm.
And where did you find lividity on Tammy's body?
On the back of her body. There's evidence that she had fixed lividity on her back with blanching. So typically if somebody laying on a flat surface, the parts that are in contact with the floor, which is generally the middle of the upper back, sometimes the shoulder blades and the buttocks and parts of the back of the legs, because of the pressure of the floor, the blood will not settle into those areas, and so they are spared, and the areas all around those areas is where you see the lividity. And that was a sort of the typical pattern that was present in Tammy's case.
Just to clarify, does lividity allow you to determine a time of death?
No, is the short answer.
And can you describe what rigor mortis is?
Yes. Rigor mortis is a post-mortem stiffening of the body where after a person passes away, they will develop, the muscles become increasingly rigid. Initially it again, much like lividity, it's a progression. Early on, you may see it only in what we call the small muscle groups. You can see it in the face, the jaw, in the hands, and then it progressed to where the extremities, the limbs will be very stiff and immovable. And if you are able to manipulate that person early in the postmortem period, you can still break it, is what we call that. You can move the body such that the rigor mortis, you're able to overcome the stiffness of the rigor mortis. But after a period of time, that becomes increasingly difficult. And the rigor becomes fully developed, generally speaking, somewhere around 12 hours after death, but that also is a very variable process. And then the body will stay stiff once that stiffness develops until the body begins to decompose, which is also variable depending on the environment in which they're found.
Can you determine a time of death off rigor mortis?
Not specifically. I mean, there are certainly, if you have, those are two of the things that we look at to try and estimate a time of death, or what we call the postmortem interval. If someone is found dead, how long have they been dead? We can look at lividity. We can look at rigor mortis. We can look at the body temperature if it's taken. There are other things that we can look at that can help us, try and narrow that window. But the longer the person has been dead, the wider the estimates would be based on any of those changes. And those changes are just not very specific.
And in this case, had you learned what time Tammy's death was reported?
I believe it was just before 6 a.m. on the day of her death.
And had you learned or heard what the description was with regard to the condition of Tammy?
She was described in the reports that we had as being stiff and cold, I believe.
And based on the description, would that indicate to you that rigor mortis had set in?
Yes. I'm going to object to hearsay. He's not going to be able to answer this without relying on somebody else's report or something to that effect.
I'll sustain that objection.
And, Your Honor, I would argue that it goes for why he does what he does next in his investigation. He's testified that he conducts an investigation as a medical examiner.
I'll still sustain the objection at this point based on it coming through a hearsay source.
Thank you.
And, Your Honor, actually, I'll just ask another question. You were not present on the day of Tammy's death, correct?
I was not.
And you did not get the benefit of reviewing her body?
I did not see her body prior to her exhumation.
So As a medical examiner, do you rely on external information provided?
Yes. It's a normal part of our business.
And does that external information allow you to form play into your ability to form an expert opinion regarding a time of, or at least a reference to when a person may have died?
It does.
And in this case, did you in fact gain external information?
Yes.
And did you do that as part of a review of a medical history in your investigation?
Yes.
Did it relate to your diagnosis and estimate, or any estimate you could give as to time of death?
Yes.
And based on what was reported to you, when would you estimate a time of death if you can?
So I guess I'll phrase this in a couple of ways. The presence of rigor mortis, again, as I said, it will generally begin relatively quickly after death, within an hour or two, and becomes more and more pronounced for several hours, and then will persist until decomposition ensues. So finding a body that's described as stiff is consistent with the person having been dead for at least an hour or two, but could be much longer.
So if Tammy was reported as cold and stiff at 6 a.m., you would estimate her to have been dead for a couple hours at that point, at least?
In that ballpark, yes.
You wouldn't estimate her death to have been closer in time, such as 5:30, 5:40 a.m.?
No.
And just circling back, with regard to those bruises, did they play into your ultimate determination regarding a cause of death?
Yes. In the sense that they are, consistent with her being restrained.
And again, you did look at other potential causes of death that would result in a negative autopsy.
Yes.
And you did not find those to be likely in the case of Tammy Daybell.
That's correct.
And again, what was the manner and cause of death that you determined in this matter?
We determined the cause of death to be asphyxia and the manner of death to be homicide.
If I can have just a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Your Honor, I don't believe I have any additional questions. With regard to the exhibits that weren't published, I think we could handle it a couple ways. One would be to simply have the jury be able to review that packet. I believe the witness has already testified or indicated what those photos show.
All right, it may be more efficient, actually. So you'd be handing the packet around individually to the jurors?
Yes, if we were able to do that.
I think we can set the monitors up. We prepared to do that pretty quickly to just publish those so that the public doesn't view them, and I think we can get that done probably more quickly.
Okay.
We prepared for that this time, so.
Sure. You're good.
I think we'll also have to move some of the cameras as well, Judge. I don't know. You can see the cameras probably. I can't.
Okay, I think they've. All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Yeah, why don't you put a test one on there and we'll make sure it's all working right, and then you can publish the remainder. All right. I presume the jurors are able to see that on their monitor. Okay.
I'm going to publish to the jury States Exhibit 178A. And I had previously asked you to describe what was in 178A, but can you explain to the jurors what they are seeing there?
Yes, this is Tammy's left chest and shoulder and upper arm that depicts the bruising on the upper left chest.
And for the benefit of the jurors, I just republished 178B. Is that a closer image of that same bruise?
It is.
And with regard to 178C, I'll publish that for the jurors.
I don't know if it matters, but it's upside down on my screen.
It does matter. Thank you for that. I'm looking at it blind on what you're all seeing. So can you describe what we're seeing here?
Yes, this is the bruising on her right biceps area.
And for the benefit of the jurors, I'm going to republish 178D. And is that a closer up image of the same bruising?
Yes, it is.
.178I.
Okay, yeah, this is a section, shows her right upper arm and chest wall with the section removed from her right biceps with the injury in that area.
And we did see some additional images of closer up photos of this, correct?
Yes, we did.
178L.
Again, this is right biceps and right chest wall with an area of injury with a section taken through it to demonstrate the hemorrhage in the tissue.
.178O.
This is the scar on her right chest wall. Does not show up very well in the projected image that I'm looking at.
But is it just above the white ruler?
I can tell where it is because I can see it in this picture, but I would not be able to tell where it is
On
in
there?
that picture.
So the jurors would maybe be able to see it better on the actual photo.
Yes, I mean, it looks like a scar in the actual photo.
And with that scar, that was not indicative of any recent injury.
No.
178P.
This depicts her left upper arm. Yeah, thank you. Left upper arm and left chest and body wall with incision made into the bruise on her left biceps.
.178S.
This is the same injury on her left biceps with the sections removed and placed in the cassette.
And Your Honor, I believe that was the whole of the photos that had not been formerly published.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Blake. Does that conclude your direct?
That does conclude my direct.
Okay, we can get things reconfigured then after. So we'll be up to cross-examination. However, given the time of day, I'll suggest we do break for the day. And Mr. Thomas, will you be conducting cross?
That's what I would ask, Judge, if we could just break for the day.
Very
I know
well.
they want to hear my cross, but not 5 minutes worth.
Okay. We will conclude for the day then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you again for your attendance. Thank you for following the court's admonition each day. Please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else when you break for the day. Please don't do anything to look the case up, research the case, follow the case on the media, or and otherwise be exposed to anything besides just the evidence you're witnessing here in trial. With that in mind, we will recommence with additional cross-examination of this witness tomorrow morning at 8:30, and we'll be in recess for the afternoon.
All right, please.